The only reason that I am free. That name is Jesus, Lord of Lords and King of Kings. Jesus, one who makes the demons see. I want it all back, taking it back now. Sorry, I'm editing videos, so that's what's happening. Is no one here? We can't get to claymation because I have to fold clothes. If you guys want to hear certain songs, I have what's called TTS and Media. There's a link in my description, and you can actually send songs for everyone to listen to. I did something different today with my hair. I don't know how I feel about it. I did it like upside down, if that makes sense. Hello, resub. I mean, yeah, I totally don't work. That's why I streamed all day today. You would think I would spend way more time online if I didn't work. No, I don't want to play a game, but thank you. We gotta fold the clothes, 'cause I'm being a lazy girl. Lazy girl. Lazy girl. What up, Josephus? Is it Josephus or Josephus? Like the biblical dude. Josephus? Oh, thank you for the bacon. Thank you for the baby bacon. I appreciate the bacon. Look at what somebody got me, guys. Do you want to see it? It's purty. It's real purty. I've been wanting this for a long time. A sha la 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 long, a la 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 lom lom li lom lom lom. I have to go get my bag that I left downstairs. Da-na-na-na-na. Hell yeah, totally. Yep, you got me. I'm 62. I look it too. Girl, I wanna make you sweat. Sweat till you can't sweat no more. And if you cry, I'm gonna push it some more. La 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 lom. La 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 lom lom li lom lom lom. Thank you. I don't think I'm very pretty, but I appreciate it. I'm 40. I'm 40 years old. My favorite animal? I don't know. A turtle. Turtle? Am I not turtle? I love elephants too. Am I not turtly enough with the Turtle Club? I have to deposit this check 1 second. I mean, that's fine that you don't think I'm beautiful. I don't care. I'm not here trying to make people think I'm pretty. I'm just trying to, you know, wow, the boobs are boobing. I try to cover up today, and this is what I get. It's like, no matter what happens, they're out. I'm not trying to, I swear on everything, I'm not trying to be gross like that. But there's nothing I could do. Thank you. Okay. Somebody who's unemployed and has been unemployed for the better part of their life should say less about what I spend my time doing. Even if I did get fired and spent my whole day playing with clay, at least I don't spend my whole day being miserable trying to degrade and downgrade somebody else's life. At least I spend my time, you know, trying to make the world a prettier, better place. I don't spend the majority of my day sending money to grown males that doxed me once upon a time, all for a place to fit in on the internet. Like, let's just say for shits and gigs, it's true, right? Let's just, yep, I got fired. I got fired off and I'm just sitting here all day playing with clay. Even if that was the case, still doing better than you and the people that you fucked with. Not fucked with, fuck with. Like still doing better, still not as miserable, still progressing, flourishing, thriving. Not spending my day trying to make somebody else feel bad about their life. Not spending my day doxing little girls' TikToks. Like, you could say what you want to say about me, but I'm not out here making community posts doxing 9-year-olds' TikToks. That's some real miserable shit. That's some real miserable shit. Such a hateful, miserable person that you have to dox a 9-year-old's TikTok. I'd rather be whatever I am and have whatever I got going on, because I'm not out here trying to dox children and destroy people's lives because I'm not miserable. So yesterday I made this and I think I'm gonna make it into a keychain. I really like it. I thought I ruined it because I put that chrome over it, but the chrome actually, you could still see the silver. You still see the silver underneath. So, hi Malice, how you doing? I think I'm going to make this into a pin or maybe a hair clip. I think that's a little bit too big for a hair clip. Like, who's going to be walking around with this in their hair? I mean, then again, what do you guys think? Do you think that this could be a big ass clip for the hair? Or a pin? Or a choker? No, I don't know. Or it could just be, I mean, what if I just make it like a little, I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. I made it and I don't know what I can make it into. I think a pin might be okay. Also, anybody, okay, so I sent out 3 packages today. I sent out a package to Trisha. I sent out a package to Cami, and I sent out a package to Huggy. So I sent out 3 packages today. Came out to way more money than I got in donations. Those 3 packages cost me $50 to ship. So just so you people understand, like when I say, oh, I'm like asking for money for the shipping, just to ship to 3 people with the lowest shipping cost me $50. So, but I don't mind because like I said, it makes me happy. So if you guys want to support, and I do reply to the people who comment. I have to fold clothes. Do you guys want to fold clothes with me, or do you want to go right into claymation? I think I should fold my clothes though and not be a bum. But chat rules. Chat gets to decide. Should I clean a little and put my clothes away, or leave it for tomorrow and start claying? I'm replying to you right now. I think this one I don't know. Oh, also, I've been putting the magnets on places in public. So certain I really like the way this one came out. Hi, Maya. Love. I got some Kennedy fried chicken. And I made this one. I mean, I don't love you, so I'm not going to say that. I mean, I love you in the sense that you're my, you know, this reminds me of like a communion set. Like this would be really cute for like a communion. I kind of did a similar style on these. All right, let's fold some clays. I'm going to set up the clay station and then fold the clothes. I think the clay station needs to be set up. You know what's funny too, right? Like, let's also say further, like, not even gonna, no, like realistically, if I was like these people, let's just pretend that like I did get fired for a second. I'd be well within my rights to dox and go real life on people that are going real life on me, right? Like, what you're saying doesn't even make sense. But keep praying on my downfall. It's doing wonders for you. What does that mean? Malaka? Malaka? I'm not in a bad mood. I'm actually in a really good mood. I'm blessed and highly favored. I'm so grateful and thankful that I'm not so miserable I'm so grateful that I'm not miserable enough to try to ruin somebody's life who doesn't impact my life in any way, shape, or form. Like, I am so grateful and blessed and truly, like, just thank God I'm not miserable, because that's got to be a sad existence. And I'm also super grateful that I don't feel the need to fit in. Like, I'm so grateful that I'm content and comfortable with who and what I am. I don't need to pander to scumbags. Thank you, Mr. Man. What up? How you doing? I gotta fold some clothes, unfortunately. I feel bad too. I feel like a bad friend. Trisha, if you see this, I'm really sorry. I should have got off live earlier yesterday. I feel bad. Clay teeth. What? You'd probably be my best customer. I gotta condition this clay and I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to forge diamonds, so I can't make people teeth. There's a lot of people in these streets that need teeth. Truth be told. Like, there's a lot of mother truckers out here that need some teethuses. Oh, man. I don't know what to do with this. This clay is really gross and dried out. And I tried to put softener on it, but it's just crumbling. It's crumbly and it's gross. I think I might have to throw this out. I don't know what to do. Look at this. What should I do? I don't know if I'm going to be able to condition this into anything workable. It's so hard and then it's so crumbly. And it's like I don't know what to do. I think I'm going to try to fix this. Let's try to fix this. Let's try to fix this clay. And then I'm not folding my clothes today. I was going to fold my clothes today, but now this happened. So we're not going to fold my clothes today. What do you mean shampoo and condition? I put softener on it. I shouldn't have did it that way. I'm an idiot. You can't shampoo and condition clay. Oh, I know what you mean. Condition, shampoo, and then condition. Ha 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 ha. I get it. I don't think microwaving it will help. I'm going to break it into little pieces. And then my fingers are going to hurt real bad after this. I shouldn't have put the softener on it. That was the problem. Because I could have just let it all crumble. And then if I would have let it crumble, I could have dealt with it dry. This is Purple Galaxy. I don't really care for this color anyway. I don't even like it that much. And I'm like really gonna sit here, and it's just because I don't want to waste the clay. I want to try to fix it as much as I can, but I don't think that I can. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about grown adults looking at my 9-year-old's TikTok, that's predatory as fuck. How about that? How about it's really weird and predatory that grown adults, anybody supporting and hanging out with and kicking it and talking about, you're a predator too. You're a predator too for engaging in that weird ass, disgusting ass fucking rhetoric. Predatory as fuck. Like, imagine being a grown adult in your 30s, 40s, and 50s, and this is what you spend your spare time doing? Searching for 9-year-olds' TikToks, and then you get mad when people call you a predator. That's exactly what you are. That's predatory. Here. Okay, Google. Is it predatory for 30 and 40 and 50-year-old grown adults to continually search up a 9-year-old's social media for the purpose of stalking and harassment?
Yes, absolutely. That behavior is dangerous, predatory, and potentially illegal. Report this activity to law enforcement and the relevant social media platforms immediately.
And this is the last thing. Oh man, now you gotta just sit there for a minute. But I'm gonna talk while I'm getting my hand clean. This is the last thing I'm gonna end on this. The grown adults that are looking up my 9-year-old's TikTok have children of their own. They have children of their own who are also minors, who also have access to social media, who stream on social media. But for some reason, it seems to be okay for their children to do so. Their children are safe on social media, but for some reason, my child isn't safe on social media. And all you weird ass predators that hang out and act as if this behavior is normal, you're part of the problem. And if and when it happens to your child, don't cry about it, because you didn't cry when it happened to mine. Don't cry when it happens to yours. Don't expect me to care. Don't expect me to do anything. Okay? Like, the way that y'all don't care about my kid, I'm not going to care about other people's kids. I'm not going to dox your kids, because I'm not a loser like that. But, you know, a friend of mine mentioned the GBI recently, and I think it's time that I reach out. I think it's time that I reach out, truth be told. So, let's just say for shits and giggles, right? Let's just say for shits and giggles, Jadis did follow my child's TikTok account. Me and Jadis are friends. Okay? Jadis is my friend. He's met my child. So even if he followed her, me and him are friends, so I don't have a problem with my friend following my child. I have a problem with grown adults searching for my child for the purposes of stalking and harassment. And I just think it's funny, because if it was anyone else's child, y'all would be boo-hoo crying. But like I said, I think it's time that I actually reach out, because clearly ignoring doesn't work. But anyway, Y'all are going to keep on trying to F with me, and it's going to jam you up way quicker than it ever jams me up. That I can promise you. That I can promise. How disgusting, too, by the way. Like, your channel gets taken down, so you want to harass me and mine? Yikes.
I am waiting for him. He has promised he's going to drop these messages. They better be signal messages, which are supposed to be deleted, but also it's going to be great. Yeah. It's going to be great.
Candace Owens and Dave Smith.
Gemini's my homegirl. That's my personal assistant. I listen to everything.
I would definitely recommend going and watching this entire conversation. All right? Have a lot of respect for both of these individuals, obviously. But if you all remember, when we were talking about the debate, we were talking about what Andrew Wilson did in his opening statement, reading this text message that he got from Turning Point USA, got from Erica Kirk, right? That's the only place that he could have gotten this text message from. In fact, he admits
this is the last thing I'll say on this. And they're trying really hard to find my child, because my child's social medias, none of them are attached to me. They're attached to other members of my family. So they're really going real hard out of their way to find a 9-year-old. I don't know what that could possibly do for you, but apparently that's how these weirdos get their rocks off. Stalking and harassing babies.
Text message from Turning Point USA.
But then again, they exploit their own children, so it's not a onesie.
Andrew Wilson is the good faith actor.
It is not a
onesie.
Capable
of getting any information.
I was going to put a onesie on.
From Turning Point USA.
A leopard one, but I put this on instead.
All it takes is just asking nicely, you guys. Just say please. Just say please. As we covered yesterday, in good faith, according to Turning Point USA, just simply means destruction of Candace Owens. When you reach out in good faith, aka when you reach out in the name of destroying Candace Owens, they give you what you want. I've reached out. Andrew Colvette, I've reached out to you. I am looking to obliterate Candace Owens, so can you please just give me the unedited footage of Charlie appointing Erica? Or the 4K footage of the camera right in front of Charlie Kirk. I mean,
what up, Jack?
To obliterate Candace. I just want to obliterate Candace. Please give me this information. Thank you.
Trying to condition this clay.
Andrew
condition, no shampoo.
Obviously, to try and trap Candace right off the bat in this debate. He exposed Erica Kirk by doing so.
You know what?
I don't know if they thought we weren't going to remember. I don't know what they think. I mean, they make mistake after mistake, blunder after blunder.
I was going to fold close today, but I decided to be a real loser. We'll fold close tomorrow.
Andrew, how do you have this text message of
later
Charlie being worried that?
But hey, since I don't work, maybe I'll just do it another day.
At UVU, telling his security team, like, "Hey, you need to protect me."
So I just got all this free time.
Concerned that he was going to be killed. And this text message says that it was the left. Charlie was afraid that the left was going to kill him. Well, Erica was on Glenn Beck saying that those text messages did not exist. Okay, and then she told Candace Owens that, they weren't iMessages, they were signal messages. And that's the reason that I didn't see them, because apparently she told Candace that the signal messages had been deleted. There was no way for her to have seen those. Well, she's got herself in a pickle now. She's in a pickle.
She's in a pickle. A pickly pickle.
Now she's got herself into a pickle.
A pickle.
You guys see what I did there? Pickles Wilson.
Listen, I know it sucks that you lost your monetized channel, but that's not my fault. I had nothing to do with that. Leave me alone before you wind up in jail.
And talking about how Erica
serious.
Kirk is
I'm
now
serious.
caught,
I'm so serious.
In a lie, one way or another. Take a listen.
People have no idea I've been
this because people can lie for all types of reasons. And it doesn't necessarily prove what those reasons are. But there is something about how, like, in the immediate
I might have to change because I'm a little bit warm.
Assassination of my lifetime,
I'm realizing how warm I am in this.
Open
I can't. I gotta change.
How many people just
the
lie
flannel,
through their teeth?
the
And it's just
thermal,
like a lie. You're
killing
like,
me.
yo, I'm sorry, but like on some level, you make yourself like a person of interest. I'm not saying a suspect, but like you make yourself something when you just come out and start lying during an open murder investigation.
It's
Like,
weird.
what are you doing?
It's weird.
And I gotta say, one of these moments, which I just kind of couldn't believe this as it was happening. I couldn't believe Andrew was reading his opening statement to begin with, but I actually couldn't believe that he came out with that text message.
Crazy.
And there was something, and you, of course, pounced on this immediately, but it's like, whoa. So now Turning Point is giving you,
I'm gonna do red.
like, this has been relevant information for a freaking year? Well, and look, there's a few layers to this, because number one, I understand Andrew wants to say, and I understand, I will be, if I'm being honest here, okay, it's a bit of a gray area, where he's like, I'm not an agent of Turning Point USA, I'm just me. But also you did once work for them, you're saying, and also now they are feeding you information, and he can chalk that up to like, oh, well, if you ask in a non-hostile way, like you're being accusatory, so they don't want to tell you. But guys, again, this is the real problem you have here is a few-fold. Number one, you're not the only person who's been asking about this case.
Correct. You don't have to give it to me. That's the whole point.
Everybody wants to know about this. Literally everybody. You're talking about one of the most beloved, adored figures in this world who was murdered in his youth. Like, everyone wants to know the answers to this. There's a long list of us, you know? And then, like, if they had this, what, you're holding this to get a win over Candace rather than giving us this information? That, like,
Put it up on the
Very good point made by Dave Smith right there. Instead of releasing it right away, instead of putting it out there and saying, look, Charlie was afraid that the left was going to kill him. That's all they needed to do. They could have just put it out in the public. Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff could have done it on the Charlie Kirk show. Look at the messages right here. This is what Charlie was afraid of.
Oh, I feel so much better.
Instead of doing that,
Taking me out.
instead of doing that, they give the message to Andrew Wilson so that he can go on a debate with Candace to try to make her look stupid. Like, that's their strategy? That is their strategy? And then, yes, as Dave Smith just said, Andrew tried to position himself as separate from Turning Point USA, as doing this on his own, as being some martyr for the Republican Party, to unite the right, to debunk all of the people that are ruining the MAGA coalition, right? And he exposed himself as being an actor or working on behalf of Turning Point USA against Candace Owens in this debate.
Charlie Kirk show. Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show.
I mean, come on.
You can do it right here. Why are you giving this to Andrew Wilson?
And this would seem, and also it makes it seem
I don't
very
like this
shady
tank
because this
top.
would seem like major, very important evidence.
I
If
really,
you were
really
making the
don't,
claim
and I'm
that,
thinking
no,
I'm
he
gonna
was
take it
scared
off.
for his life, but it wasn't the
I
Israel
don't like
lobby.
it.
He was more worried about the left. Okay, I can fathom that.
I'm gonna
but
just
like,
put a
let's
red.
see, why are you holding it this long? But then, of course, the other major one,
don't like
Candace,
this
I
tank
gotta ask
top.
what this is like from
Not
your
at all.
perspective.
I don't like
Is
this
that the
tank
one
top.
major time that Erica intervened during the course of you
I gotta
going
get- I
down
gotta get rid of this.
these
It's so
rabbit
bad.
holes, the one
I
time
don't
she
like the way this
intervened to
fits.
tell you to stop, the one thing she said that you were lying about, this proves was the truth. And like,
That's the
I
thing.
remember last time I saw you,
Oof, as they say. Oof.
which in person, when me and Theo came over to your house earlier this year, I came over to your house and talked about Charlie Kirk, and now in hindsight, I got to do that for free. Didn't even cost me $300,000, which is pretty cool. I didn't realize what a value I was getting at the time. But even then, I remember it was right after you had just met with her. And so she had publicly said, oh, that's not true. But you even said when she met with you, she was like, oh, yeah, we did find it on the phone. It was that. But it's just kind of crazy that it's like, look, you guys came out and intervened to say this was a lie. Then it got proven that you were wrong about that, right? Like, best case scenario wrong, worst case scenario lying.
Yeah, and
This
I'm
is
going to go
kind
with
of an
lying. Okay,
uncomfortable
I'm going to go with lying,
example.
and I'm going to tell you why. Again,
Okay, so Candace is about to tell us why this was a lie. So what Dave Smith is saying is like, look, you went on Glenn Beck, Erica Kirk, and you said that these text messages did not exist.
That
Okay,
tank top
and
is
you
a
were
bunch
either
of crap.
wrong or you were lying about it. I see you guys asking in the chat, when was this from? This is from the Candace Owens and Dave Smith interview yesterday. This dropped yesterday.
I
think
didn't
Candace
see
did
that.
this right before her live show. Or at least it ended right before Candace's live show. I don't know if they filmed this live. But in any case, this was from yesterday. Candace rules out that Erica was just wrong about this. and that she is actually lying about this. Because I've seen the counter. Because after Erica Kirk and Candace Owens met in December,
there's so many things that I want to say, but I'm just going to bite my tongue.
Why Erica did not see
what's understood doesn't need to be explained.
I have been asking you guys, hey, can you find me the clip of Candace
saying
eventually that the
never
messages
will.
between Charlie Kirk and Dan Flood were iMessages? We haven't been able to find that clip. But if those messages were iMessages, then that proves, in fact, that Erica Kirk lied. She lied about this. But Candace identifies what also Erica told her here, which proves that Erica lied either way. And here she's about to reveal what that is.
And here's my positive evidence, whatever he keeps saying, but I was the person who presented this to the public, and they lied both ways. I was the one who said Charlie had this breakup with Israel, the night before on a text message. They lied, gaslit until I dropped the text message. Turning Point USA could have just come out and said that was true, right? Then I say, and that's not it. There were 2 people that he texted the night before saying that he was fearful that he was going to get killed. And he did not say the left. He did not say the left. If he had said the left, they would have released those messages in the first 24 hours because their entire narrative would have been proven by these messages that Charlie was fearful of the left the night before. Instead, they allowed me to look like I was lying, and then...
Did my chat break?
What's up, everybody? Big show today. Very excited for it. Very, very quickly, before we start, I do a couple items of business. I got a few more stops this summer. Next up, August 28th.
I can't believe that I've managed
Austin,
to
Texas,
condition it as much as I have.
Comedy Club, the Comedy Mothership. I just saw yesterday, 3 of the 5 shows are sold out. There's still tickets available for 2 of them. They're going to sell out this week. I know people are going to be asking last minute, so please go get them now.
I think I broke the chat. Is
and then I got
there?
Louisville, Kentucky, and I'll be in Dallas as well in a few weeks. ComedyDaveSmith.com for all of those dates. There's tickets available to all those dates. All right, so we have for today's show the really somebody who needs no introduction. People say that a lot, but it's rarely true.
I think it's broke.
But the myth, the legend,
nothing's happening.
Coming off of what can I say? A
nobody likes me.
Where it must.
It's not that my chat broke. It's just that nobody likes me.
Been a more viewed, more money paid debate, and
now a lot of people like me. It's just that I don't do the drama.
Well, it should have been me.
So,
but if it wasn't going to be me, I was sure glad it was you.
Did you ban NorCal? Because you didn't have to ban him. But
the win in the debate as well. So. I guess,
listen,
I want to talk about a lot of stuff. I just did a whole episode on the debate. We'll talk about other stuff as well, but it'd be like podcast malpractice to not open with this. You must be feeling good after this whole spectacle. Anything you want to say? What are your thoughts on it now, a few days out?
As soon as it concluded, I was just flying high because I first and foremost, I was fully confident going into the debate. And despite that, I
I'm sorry, but I have to say this. I just think it's wild that people are bringing up the fact that, I heard that Jadis follows your... Jadis and me are friends. Okay? Me and Jadis are friends. He's not out here doxing my child. I don't understand how people don't get that. It's not a problem that people know my kid's TikTok. It's a problem that people are sharing my kid's TikTok to try to do something nefarious with it. That's the, you're trying to victimize a child. For what? Because I make clay things on the internet and you don't like it? How sad. I don't... Because that's where we're at this point. It's been months. It's been months now. Months. Literal months of me just ignoring, doing my own thing. You couldn't handle if I started to get in my bag. You couldn't handle if I started to do the disgusting things that you do. If I actually started to dox and go real life. You couldn't handle it. You wouldn't be able to handle it. If I started to show you people the same energy that you show me, you would not be able to handle it. But I know that you are demons. I know that you are demons. This is demonic shit. Yous are literally of the devil. You're literally of the devil. You want to know what I found out today, guys? My biological father died. So, you know, just normal things. It's like, I just don't understand, like, the logic. Like, what's the point? Wow, you're doing predatory things on the internet, and then you get mad for being called a predator. Make it make sense. There's no excuse for looking up a kid's TikTok and sharing it in Discord. There's no excuse for that. But keep pretending that there is. Let's go back to Kansas.
Reminded myself of different elements that you never want to underestimate somebody. But I knew just in the way that he was presenting and the chain smoking and like the false bravado, that his whole strategy was going to be to come at me like I was an OnlyFans model. And also why I pushed wanting the debate to happen quickly was because I knew that he didn't care about this case. I mean, this was a person who was talking trash about Turning Point USA, talking trash about Erica Kirk up until May. And then he goes to their headquarters and he comes out like he's Daddy Warbucks and is talking about, you know, throwing money at Candace and, you know, shouting me out on Piers Morgan and shouting me out on Joe Rogan. And it just showed that he was completely disingenuous. Like, this is not his perspective.
This was a grip.
Women in the role as CEOs that he's ever demonstrated. But this is what happens over and over again. We see these people who are fundamentally just online prostitutes, right? You give them enough money and they will go out and they will change their position on anything. And this is somebody who was supposed to represent that like culture of guys online talking to girls about being prostitutes. And so I just was like, this is easy. And if you're going to be such a scrub that you're going to offer $300,000, I mean, it's absurd. It's financially irresponsible, frankly. Then let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, look, I think it was...
What up, Glasgow?
I think it was good that it happened. Like, and I thought it was good that it was going to happen when it was for, like, I always, I think it's good to have these debates, and it's good kind of for people to see them. Look, this is obviously, this is a huge topic. This was the biggest political assassination in modern history, which is modern, I mean, saying like post-60s or whatever. It's like the biggest political assassination in America in me and your lifetimes. It is a thing that, let's just say...
I am so shocked that this play is working the way it's working right now.
Huge swaths of the American people are not buying the official story.
I'm so proud of myself.
And wherever you are on what you think is real, I think certainly we could probably all agree that we're like, yeah, I'm sorry.
Like they want me to, like they want to victimize my child for being a child. It's so gross.
They say. It's interesting to have these debates and the pushback.
You guys are part of the problem.
And I think that
gross. You're gross.
I don't know. I guess one of the things that I was thinking about a lot, even in the lead up to this debate, was just kind of,
and I'm still happy and I'm still content.
Which was an interesting thing from my perspective in the debate. Is it's like, hey, what is exactly the standard of burden before people can freely speculate, about like a topic and like obviously
I'd rather hide behind the Bible than be a demon.
That I guess since like the Magna Carta or whatever has been the pillar of Western civilization, that before we deprive someone of their liberty, the standard is like what we call it beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very clunky, weird phrase that is not even clear what like how do you go beyond a point of doubt? What exactly does that mean? I guess it means like there essentially is no doubt, although there always is some degree of doubt. But anyway, so we say that's the standard before we imprison someone and take away their freedom. Now the standard for, say, you firing someone, like if you suspected someone on your team was stealing from you, okay, I don't know that we don't have the same standard that you say it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but certainly we would go like, hey, you don't want to fire someone if they didn't actually steal from you, so like make sure you're right about that. But I also thought something that was just very interesting to me is like, I said this on my recap the other day. I thought that once Andrew said 75%.
Shout out to this freaking play machine. I love it. I'm so thankful.
I mean, if we're only at 75%, then that gives license to a good friend of Charlie Kirk's to be like, well, I'm going to pursue every other theory under the sun. I mean, I just don't like, it's like once we're saying that, what exactly are we saying? Now, again, fine. If you want to say, hey, don't make specific claims unless you have specific proof, that's fine. And we could go over that. But more broadly speaking, I mean, you got
right now. I'm not making anything. I was just conditioning this clay because it was really dried out, and I added a bunch of softener.
So there's 10% right there off the top of my certainty. Right. And so, like, I don't know. I thought that in some ways that debate, which was more meta than the actual debate, was like that was an important conversation for Americans to have about all these things.
And that was kind of what I was trying to demonstrate early on. As soon as he said 75%, why does he have a problem with people thinking about what would be to him 25%, right? Why does he have a problem with people stepping outside and saying, I'm looking at the evidence and I'm interpreting it in a different way? And the reason why I knew that he did not watch the preliminary hearing was because he was completely lost on the point that I was trying to make when I said, I can keep explaining this to you, but I can't understand this for you. Where they are at in terms of where he gathered what he perceives to be overwhelming evidence was during the probative hearing. The standard at the probative hearing is you can just look at a piece of evidence and then you can infer what you want. The prosecution is basically doing what Candace Owens is doing on her podcast, right? So the prosecution is looking at a person in a maroon shirt and saying, that looks like Tyler Robinson to me, because they're both wearing Converse sneakers. He actually said this, lead investigator. They couldn't even connect how the person in the maroon shirt coming up the stairwell was also the person who was coming up the stairwell in the black shirt. They asked that question, how do you know these are actually even the same two people? And he comes back and he says, because they're both wearing Converse. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard for saying, I'm totally certain that this is, Dave, I'm going to be honest, it could be you coming up the staircase. I don't know. The image is blurry. And so if I'm looking at that evidence and I'm saying, I think it's not Tyler Robinson, why is one called a conspiracy theory and the other one called overwhelming evidence just because it's coming out of the mouth of a lead investigator? That's just his opinion, which, by the way, is allowed at this stage of the hearing. I was saying to him, this is Utah's Rule 1102. The judge could not have made this clearer. It was constantly thrown out, and that's why I knew he didn't watch the hearing. He didn't research what that rule meant. Hearsay is just allowed. You can say, I spoke to Bob, and Bob told Cindy that he thinks that that's Tyler Robinson. All of that is permissible. So they're not doing anything wrong, but he couldn't understand what was hypocritical about him constantly calling people conspiracy theorists, demanding further evidence when he was doing the exact same thing by saying, well, I find everything that they did at the probative hearing to be convincing evidence. And I recognized immediately that he did not spend any time watching the hearing. He didn't comprehend, he didn't research anything. And it was going to be a cakewalk. And that was why he wanted to move away from discussing the evidence. I wanted to keep going on and discussing the screwdriver and discussing the towel and all of these elements that I think would have made the debate more interesting for people to listen to. And he was like, no. I just want to move towards questioning you about things you said about Erica Kirk, essentially.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is The Wellness Company. Americans love sushi. Over the last 2 decades, raw fish consumption has exploded. Sushi bars are everywhere, and millions of people now eat raw fish weekly. But there is a hidden risk that most people never think about, and that's parasites. This is why many physicians are raising awareness about parasite exposure. Dr. Peter McCullough, you may remember being heroic throughout COVID, he recommends doing a parasite cleanse at least once a year as a preventative measure. So the Wellness Company offers a hard-to-access prescription parasite cleanse. It's USA compounded ivermectin and mebendazole. Ivermectin paralyzes the parasite's nervous system, while the mebendazole starves them. Each capsule contains 25 milligrams of ivermectin and 250 milligrams of mebendazole. You can choose between a 90 or 45 capsule bottle, giving you either 4 or 2 21-day parasite cleanse cycles. So go check them out at twc.health/problem and use the promo code PROBLEM to save up to $60 off, plus you get free shipping. That's twc.health/problem, promo code PROBLEM for up to $60 off plus free shipping. All right, let's get back into the show. Yeah, well, I did think that, and again, I'm not just saying this because you're here. I said this in my debate recap episode that we put out the other day, that I did feel that it once, and this was so early in the debate, but it was almost like a deficit that Andrew never recovered from, was that once he defined overwhelming as just like this very subjective pleasing myself type thing, which I don't. I think there should be, like, I'm not saying there's as clear-cut a definition for overwhelming, but it's got to be something in the realm of objective evidence, not just your subjective, like you know what I mean? Like, I don't know exactly where you would draw the line of that, but like you're making a case that there's overwhelming evidence. okay, this guy, the state hasn't really presented its case yet. This hasn't gone to trial. This is a man who's innocent until proven guilty. So we're already starting with you're making a very specific claim too. And then when you immediately, that kind of falls apart because again, you pressed him on like, okay, well, you're saying there's, in this tweet, you're saying there's photographic evidence, there's DNA evidence. And you're like, okay, well, here's the problem with the photographic evidence. Clearly, you can't see that that's Tyler Robinson from the picture.
Yes.
It's just kind of objective. Then you go, okay, so take that out. So then don't have that there. And then he goes, well, that's supported by the context of other evidence. And you're like, no. You can either see that this is him or you can't. If you can't see that this is him, then let's focus on this other evidence that you're saying is evidence. But if you can't see that this is him, then obviously that's not evidence, right? And then, so then it's like, you make the point about the degradation of the DNA. And he just didn't really have a response to that.
So what? He says, so what?
Okay, now, I'm just saying, if you're taking on this debate, you have to have an answer to that. Now, you lose me. I tap out pretty quickly on like forensic expertise. So if you were to just go, oh, well, this happens sometimes. You're something like, okay, maybe there's but he didn't even offer anything like that.
No, he couldn't describe the dust, the debris, and I wanted to go further because I wanted to get into the scoping on, like, first off, you're going to say the gun was taken apart. I mean, I know this case so thoroughly that I was happy to go through the evidence and present my claim, which is like, this could just as well be a patsy or not be him at all because they never connected that gun, which had dust and debris, to Charlie's body. And he didn't want to do that. He knew instantly at that route he couldn't defend. As soon as he got to so what about the degradation of Prince, it's like,
what do you mean, so what? Like, that is me proving my point that we don't know who was the person who had this gun last. If you're saying his is the most degraded and there's 4 other sets of prints or 5+ other sets of prints on it, you actually need to explain to me why I shouldn't think that someone just took his gun and threw it into the woods. And then I was going to get into how they haven't been able to connect to Charlie's body based on the testimony of Samantha Garner, but he wouldn't give me that opportunity. He was like, we're done off of discussing the evidence because I now want to bring up obscure clips of you talking about Erica Kirk, which actually has nothing to do with the evidence, which we're here to debate. Like, our debate claims, I cannot say this enough, there was no contract when he tried to say there was like some contract where he was allowed to depose me. That did not exist. We were here to debate our claims that Tyler Robinson, the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, versus me saying, and he did take my tongue-in-cheek mocking them for saying overwhelming, but I allowed it to stand, that there's just as much evidence that he could be a patsy. Like, we're here and we don't have any concrete proof one way or the other.
Yeah, which I think like that is, I got to say, I think that's a very reasonable position to take. And particularly, again, like I said, I really do think that in the big picture, the biggest piece of advice, the biggest piece of evidence that I think really came out that backed you up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how else to look at this other than, if you're being honest, you got to go. When you have been conducting this investigation publicly for months already, and your podcast was like the #1 podcast in the world. So it's not like this was like this was a thing that was known, that you were like on the attack about theories, saying this one didn't add up, and you're looking at what else happened. And then the director of counterterrorism resigned over a war that we just launched, and the first thing he says when he goes on the other biggest news show in the world is sits down on Tucker Carlson's. Now,
I'm almost not even in the mood to try to. This one's way too crumbly. I think I might actually throw this one out because
I had gotten this info like 48 hours before.
I'm throwing this one out. This one is going to get thrown out.
In other words, the intelligence that I got,
we're just going to call it a day. The vanilla, it's not happening.
Like a resignation was coming down the pipe.
It's just not happening.
By the time the actual letter came out, there wasn't much about that in there. But in his first interview, he talks all about this. And he goes, dude, the first thing he says is, he goes, dude, I mean, Charlie Kirk was screaming in the West Wing about how we have to stop Trump from going to war with Iran. And then he's publicly executed. And then he says, and our investigation was suppressed when there was legitimate foreign, like, I think he said data points or something that should have been pursued. Well, okay, I mean, that alone kind of gives license to American citizens to freaking, like, it's in our hands now. And so I don't know.
Like, a motive, and that's what I was saying. When he starts bringing up this stuff about Israel, it's like, this is a motive that should be explored. I mean, Charlie was being pressured by Israel, or I should say, like, Israel-focused donors, the top Zionist donors to his organization. They were threatening money, and he was giving them the finger. And by the way, just by the fact that all of these people lied about it, okay, you have no incentive to lie. It'd be totally fine if that was all happening.
YouTube? I know.
We were pressuring him, but honestly, we had nothing to do with his murder, and I actually kind of feel bad that we pressured him about this. In the end, whatever, they came out and it was like, a picture of Charlie hugging an Israeli flag. We got Bibi Netanyahu saying, I didn't do it, when really nobody asked him if he did, less than 48 hours later. And then we have his wife Shabbat Shaloming on tour. Like, we were just trying to say to us, you have to accept that Charlie loved Israel and that he would do anything for Israel immediately, which was very strange. It didn't really make sense to me. And the story about, which did get debunked in court, they kept trying to tell us that this was a political assassination. Well, his boyfriend testified that they never discussed politics, that he never discussed LGBTQ issues. Yeah. He mentioned Charlie Kirk to him. Like, there goes your entire motive. So since your entire motive exploded on the basis of the evidence that you are accepting, which you
I was thinking about getting that parasite cleanse, but I don't eat sushi.
But let's take it. Let's do it your way.
I don't know if I
have
have parasites.
Everything he says, we should be like, okay, this is a fact. We should follow the boyfriend. He's not a shady character. He's being protected by the FBI. Nobody knows why. Then, if we're going to use that analysis, then Lance told you that the motive is BS. Right? He had no LGBTQ motive. He didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. They never discussed these issues. He was not political in those ways. So now we got to find a new motive, right? We got to find a new motive. And I presented a lot of potential things that should be explored. Also, Charlie changing his will with Erica, scheduled for 3 days after he got assassinated that Monday. Okay, so I guess it was Wednesday to Monday. He was supposed to be in an office changing his will. Like, in a normal investigation, that might mean nothing, but most people would go, we should take a look at that. Men don't usually just go and change their will and then unfortunately die a couple of days before. What's going on? He also wanted to look into the finances at Turning Point USA.
Don't be suspicious.
What's your positive evidence?
Erica didn't get that memo.
Works. Explore these leads. Explore what was going on behind the scenes of the donors. This man was running an organization that had $100 million coming through it. Okay, that's a potential motive. In fact, in 80% of murders, we know that people are killed by somebody they know. So how are we not questioning anybody or even concerned? That's a lapse in responsibility to not do that.
And I think that
but
I mean, at least for me, right? Because I don't want to
I don't know,
overstate this, because people can
lie
for all types of reasons.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Necessarily prove what those reasons are, but there is something about how, like, in the immediate wake of the biggest political assassination of my lifetime, and with an open murder investigation, how many people just lied through their teeth? It's just like lie. You're like, yo, I'm sorry, but like on some level, you make yourself like a person of interest. I'm not saying a suspect, but like you make yourself something when you just come out and start lying during an open murder investigation.
It's
like,
weird.
What are you doing?
It's just weird.
And I got to say, one of these moments, which I kind of couldn't believe this as it was happening. I couldn't believe Andrew was reading his opening statement to begin with.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I couldn't believe that he came out with that text message.
Crazy.
And there was something, and you, of course, pounced on this immediately, but it's like, whoa. So now Turning Point is giving you, like, this has been relevant information for a freaking year? While they, and look, there's a few layers to this, because number one, I understand Andrew wants to say, and I understand, I will be, if I'm being honest here, okay, it's a bit of a gray area, where he's like, I'm not an agent of Turning Point USA, I'm just me. But also you did once work for them, you're saying, and also now they are feeding you information. And he can chalk that up to like, oh, well, if you ask in a non-hostile way, like you're being accusatory, so they don't want to tell you. But guys, again, this is the real problem you have here is a few-fold. Number one, you're not the only person who's been asking about this case.
Correct. You don't have to give it to me. That's the whole point.
Everybody wants to know about this. Literally everybody. You're talking about one of the most beloved, adored figures in this world who was murdered in his youth. Like, everyone wants to know the answers to this. There's a long list of us, you know? And then, like, if they had this, what, you're holding this to get a win over Candace rather than giving us this information?
Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show. Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show.
I mean, come on.
You can do it right here. Why are you giving this to Andrew Wilson?
And this would seem, and also it makes it seem very shady, because this would seem like major, very important evidence. If you're making the claim that, no, he was scared for his life, but it wasn't the Israel lobby, he was more worried about the left, okay, I can fathom that, but like, let me see, why are you holding it this long? But then, of course, the other major one, Candace, I gotta ask what this is like from your perspective, is that the one major time that Erica intervened during the course of you going down these rabbit holes, the one time she intervened to tell you to stop, the one thing she said that you were lying about, this proves was the truth. And like, I remember last time I saw you, which in person, when me and Theo came over to your house earlier this year, I came over to your house and talked about Charlie Kirk, and now in hindsight, I got to do that for free. Didn't even cost me $300,000, which is pretty cool. I didn't realize what a value I was getting at the time, but even then, I remember it was right after you had just met with her. And so she had publicly said, oh, that's not true. But you even said when she met with you, she was like, oh, yeah, we did find it on the phone. It was that. But it's just kind of crazy that it's like, look, you guys came out and intervened to say this was a lie. Then it got proven that you were wrong about that, right? Like,
my pasta machine's name is Ravioli in honor of Bay.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with lying, okay? I'm going to go with lying, and I'm going to tell you why. Again, here's my positive evidence, whatever he keeps saying, but I was the person who presented this to the public, and they lied both ways. I was the one who said Charlie had this breakup with Israel, the night before on a text message. They lied, gaslit until I dropped the text message. Turning Point USA could have just come out and said that was true, right? Then I say, and that's not it. There were 2 people that he texted the night before saying that he was fearful that he was going to get killed. And he did not say the left. He did not say the left. If he had said the left, they would have released those messages in the first 24 hours because their entire narrative would have been proven by these messages that Charlie was fearful of the left the night before. Instead, they allowed me to look like I was lying. And then, mind you, I'm saying this in September. It is in December when Erica comes and she sits down with Glenn Beck and she puts on the, I have his phone.
Oh, I got
none
purple
of that's
on
true,
it.
and da-da-da-da.
Well, now I'm going to have to mix purple
That was
in
the
it.
first time that I engaged her, and I came my platform and I said, she's lying. She's lying. These messages do exist. And after that, she quietly behind the scenes, so she doesn't like to ever be on record saying anything, said to me, okay, well, actually, the first thing she says is, have you seen the messages?
What up, Random?
So shall I say, no. And she says, well, they exist, but he said the left. And the reason why I didn't have them was because it was on their signal chat, which gets wiped, okay? So let me tell you what's wrong with that. This is why she's walking herself into a trap. First off, I then told my audience she's lying. It was actually on iMessage. Dan Flood sent a message on iMessage to Charlie, okay? That'll get clocked later, right? But let's assume that what she said to me in person is true, that it was on signals on their security chat, which wipes automatically. How the hell does Andrew Wilson have them months later then? What's going on? How did these messages suddenly, she told me that she then asked, as if she had never, for some reason, Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert didn't offer this information to her for 4 months as her husband's murder investigator. I think that was the next day you would say, hey, this is crazy because the night before he texted me this and he was right. You would say that. Dan Flood was literally providing security to Erica in the aftermath. He's the one who took her to the White House. So we're supposed to believe he never mentioned this to her. She went on to Glenn Beck. Andrew Colbert never mentioned it to her. He's the one that told me about all of these messages, and then I went and did what I had to do to get to secure the information.
No, this
about
is
them.
to condition it to make
no one
it
told her, but
softer.
Candace knew in September.
I wanted to say
now
something
she
really
wants to think
quickly
the signal
too.
check-
If you're one of these people that wants to sit there and stand on your high horse and profess that you're better than people, and then sit there and engage with and argue with the people that you profess that you're better than, you're not better than them. You're on the same exact level of them. There's a reason why you won't catch me dead on a panel with any of these people arguing with them. Because the moment that I do that, I'm no better. Like, you have particularly females out here that want to sit there and profess as if they're, oh, I'm so much better, I turned this, I did that, blah, blah, blah. But then you're engaging in worse behavior than the people that you're talking down about. That makes you just as bad, if not worse. Like, I hear a lot of people say, like, oh, I'm just a viewer. Are you, though? Like, that whole being a viewer thing, for me, it's no longer a shield. Because if you're on here talking shit every day, what did Beta say? Beta said something about me? Please tell me what Beta had to say about me. If it was about me, I want to laugh. I would love to hear. What'd she say? Why is she even talking about me? Like, what? I mean, Beta, if we're going to talk about appearances and I'm fat and I have fake teeth, I don't have any makeup on right now. Like, I'm not, but like, you're not better looking than me. So like, you're not like, you don't look better than me. So for you to talk about my appearance is kind of crazy because you're not better looking than me. Like, facts are facts. I could say something way meaner than that, and I'm just not going to, because then it would make me just as bad as you. Like, these women are old enough to, like, they're older than my older sister. It's gross. Like, it's just gross. Like, we already know that I'm a loser. We already know that, like, I did drugs for most of my life. I'm way, like, mentally, emotionally, I should be way behind you bitches. I should not be more mature. I should not be more mature. I'm the drug addict. I'm the person that started using drugs at an extremely young age. Like, you should be way more mature than me. You should be doing way better than me. A lot of you people should be way further along in life than I am. And the fact that I just got my life together like a few years ago and I'm surpassed you people, it says a lot about you. It doesn't say much about me. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But it says a lot about you. Well, because she's insecure, obviously. That's a really insecure thing to do. Even with my fake teeth. First of all, I'm not even fat anymore. Like, I'm not even fat anymore. Beta's just mad that she got drunk and she showed the internet her punani. I would be upset too. But that's not my fault. What up, Chew? Because if they don't talk about me, they have nothing. Like, I'm literally their cope. The only way that they could cope with life is to pretend like they're somehow doing better than me. But like, even if you're doing better than a drug addict, bravo. Like, even if you are doing better than me, you're doing better than a drug addict who just got into recovery 5 years ago. But the sad truth is that most of you aren't doing better than me. Oh, I know why Beta's mad. Beta's mad because I'm actually going to get my bachelor's degree, unlike her. That's why she's mad. Beta didn't have to take out loans or financial aid to go to school. She got a free ride to school, and she still didn't manage to get her degree. I guess I would be mad too. I guess. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be mad. I would just better my situation. You should try it. Works wonders. Like, the best thing that I ever did when I was miserable was start to put some effort and energy into my own life. That was the best thing that I ever did. Like, trying to make other people feel bad will never make you feel better. Not in the way that you're looking for, at least. That's a lesson you're gonna have to learn on your own. What do you guys want to do? Should I fold my clothes and be a normal human being, or should I get to claying? I have to go downstairs and go grab something. You guys let me know. I think I should actually fold my clothes. What's on this? What is that? It won't take me that long. We could listen to stuff, I'll react, and we'll fold my clothes. Is that resin? Ow, I just stabbed myself. I think that was resin. If it ain't clear that I want everything you took from me in the name of the one who is peace, the one who heals all disease, the only reason that I am free. That name is Jesus, Lord of Lords and King of Kings, Jesus. One who makes the demons flee. I want it all now, taking it back now. I'm calling the angels down. It smells like lemons. It smells like limons. Limon. Lemonade. Limon. Lemonade. Limon. Limon. I got heaven on my mind. I got heaven on my mind. I got heaven on my mind. My mind. I got heaven. I don't want to fold my clothes. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it right now. I'll do it another day. I'm being lazy, and that's okay. It's okay. I just don't feel like doing it right now. My back hurts, and I'd rather clay. I'll do it. I'll do it either when I get off stream or when I get off work tomorrow. I'll probably do it when I get out of work tomorrow. Either tomorrow, Tuesday. Yeah, I'll probably do it either before or after work. It won't take me that long. Let's listen to this.
Got deleted, but somehow Andrew Wilson has it in his hand and it's going to say the left. I am waiting for him. He has promised he's going to drop these messages. They better be signal messages, which are supposed to be deleted, but also it's going to be great. Yeah. It's going to be great. Well, because they keep getting caught in these lies, and this is why they hate me, because I'm clocking them on these lies left and right. All I'm doing is telling the truth, okay? I don't know why they're lying, but they have not presented themselves as honest people in the wake of the assassination, which makes people think that they are suspicious. Okay,
Don't be
suspicious. But it does mean that in the aftermath they have been behaving in a very suspicious way.
This is the best clay
It
varnish
seems to me
ever.
like also at the very least you'd say, look, man, there's an onus on you to come out and correct the record once you publicly came out and said that didn't exist. Like, there's a big difference between that didn't exist and, oh, it absolutely did exist. That's pretty 180. And, you know, like, so when I did an episode shortly after Charlie died where I in response to you, I read some of the personal text messages that he had sent me. And it was a little bit of a weird situation because... Well,
and I got this because it has a little bear. And I wanted to...
I would never read private text messages ever with anyone.
See how the
I
bear
wouldn't read private text messages that you sent me on a
out.
show because, like, I don't know. There's talking on the record and there's talking off the record. And so I wouldn't... And specifically after someone dies, I wouldn't ever... So, like, my default position is like, no, I wouldn't share that. However, it's like... Everybody was reading messages. Benjamin Netanyahu was reading like things from it, you know, really taken out of context from the letter that he wrote to him. Everybody's reading, and the stuff I had was somewhat relevant. I thought not to anything about his death, but just to the conversation of where he was on Israel and where he was. And so I was like, you know,
that little
I think
bear
I should,
mold.
Full transparency. I should show
this.
Work. But like, just for the sake of argument, right? Had I realized like a week later that I was wrong. And those text messages weren't from Charlie Kirk. Like, I looked at my phone, I thought they were from Charlie, but they're from someone else. So they're from Charlie something else or whatever. I made it confused. Well, then, like, the onus would be on me. I'd have to go back on air and correct the record. So, like, either way, you could just say, I mean, the onus would, once you come out and say, hey, this other person's lying. But then it gets confirmed that they weren't lying, that they were right about that. I do think the onus is on you. So I think that ends up making them look very bad. And then I got to say, I kind of was curious on your thoughts about this because, you know, just on the organization of Turning Point USA more broadly. Because to some degree, you know, like almost for the sake of argument, let's just say for this, Tyler Robinson did kill Charlie Kirk, and let's even add in, he kind of acted alone. He wasn't even a part of the thing. Like that does okay, but in effect, we still already know that.
I'm still waiting for push modes to come. I ordered offline, but I'm waiting for them to get here.
Now that Erica came out and said you were lying when you were not.
Oh, I forgot to get the purple one. But
anyway, the point is, in effect, what's ended up
they had
happening
this clay that was...
has been really a radical transformation in Turning Point USA. And one that
I want to use these
Charlie explicitly promised it would not make. I mean, he went out of his way in the last few months of his life when he was getting, of course, the text message that is now famous is when they first tried to cancel Tucker. He goes, well, I'm going to invite Candace.
Genuinely need to get the purple
again to say that he would never not be inviting Tucker or Megyn Kelly. He told me we were going to do lots more stuff together in the future. I mean, like, he was very clear that it's like, look, I'm not. And by the way, he explicitly, you know, kind of said to me at one point, like, he drew a line at like Fuentes and those guys. He really did not like them for years of personal issues, you know, but that was it, that he was like, no, dude, like you have a legitimate right to question the relationship with Israel or question Israeli policy. And now you have an organization. He also said Thomas Massey was his favorite congressman. He was a Ron Paul guy at one point, after all. And now you have Turning Point USA.
I like this blue.
They did not stick up for Thomas Massey when the Israel lobby stole that seat. A foreign lobby stole the seat of a sitting U.S. congressman as Charlie Kirk's favorite congressman, and they didn't stand up for him. And also, I don't know, I haven't kept up with the latest, Candace, but I don't think you or Tucker or even Megyn are getting invited to a lot more Turning Point USA events. Maybe I'm wrong about Megyn, but I certainly don't think me or you or Tucker are going back to any more. So, like, whether or not there was a conspiracy on what killed him, in effect here, him being killed has transformed the biggest youth political conservative outreach organization to be something very different from the vision that their founder and leader had in mind for them.
Right, and that is what makes people not trust them. Like, I actually was just so shocked. It was such a no-known from the beginning all the way through to the end that Charlie Kirk did not like Ben Shapiro. It's mind-boggling that his wife would take over the organization and at the very first big event at AmFest would have Ben Shapiro open after her. That is crazy. That they would even allow him to sit in the studio of Charlie Kirk days later. You're going, what the heck is going on? With $1 million in hand, you're just going, what's happening here? And then when Andrew Colbert then, I mean, this was such an extraordinary lie that even Ben Shapiro came out and corrected it. Like, Andrew Cuomo, I was like, he was trying to tell them, but I was not friends with Charlie Kirk, which is like, I couldn't even believe it. And Ben Shapiro was. I said, say, I want you to actually say when he was friends before I released messages, and I did. And it was going to be way more painful. I released one. I was about to release a whole set. Then Ben Shapiro came out and told the truth. It was crazy. He then tweets, I've never said that Charlie and I were friends, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, Turning Point USA is so nefarious that even Ben Shapiro is willing to tell the truth about something in relationship with Charlie, because I was just going to blast him. I mean, I had so many messages screenshot, and I was just like, every single year, all the way up until the very end of his perspectives about Ben Shapiro. He thought he was a snake. He thought he operated behind the scenes. Ben Shapiro,
this clay is conditioned. I don't think this needs any softener. I got this clay for $2 because it was on clearance.
Right? And so the fact that they
so
were willing
$2
to lie,
clearance
Andrew Cuomo was willing to lie
clay.
about that,
Yay!
It means that
I love $2 clearance clay.
You've betrayed Charlie. You just did betray. You were betraying him
$2
every single
clearance
day
clay.
when you take
$2
and speak positions that Charlie would have never taken.
And this is another
and
$2
that is
clearance
why people are
clay.
going, what wife would allow this? What wife would allow this? You hate the enemies harder after your husband has been killed, after your friend has been killed. You would hate his enemies
Clearance
more
clay,
in
gotta
the immediate
love the
aftermath. And yet
clearance
she has
clay.
reserved more hatred for me than for Tyler Robinson. That's wild. She unblinkingly said he did this, he acted alone, told Barry Weiss, oh, she has no questions, essentially convicted him by saying, I forgive you, right? You got to do something wrong to be forgiven before anything came out, before she had any more data points. What is that going to make the public think about you? And you have to own that. You have to stop pretending this is Candace's fault. It was felt before Candace even turned her attention and went, well, that was weird. You lied about this text message. And it's because people are observing your behavior.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor
I
for
hate
today's
that.
show, which is Ultra.
I hate that people put commercials in there.
But like, also, I just couldn't believe, like, you know, just the type of thing that makes you like question, like, who's around
Things that make you
Who
go,
are your friends? Who's your support? Like, no one. You didn't have anyone who would grab you and go like, hey, like, I don't think you should throw on leather pants and go up there and be all handsy with the vice president and have, like, pyrotechnics and stuff. Like, this is just really, really, like, you're opening yourself up to a whole this looks so bizarre. And, like, I don't know. It's crazy to me that nobody had kind of intervened to prevent just the obvious thing. The other thing about it that I guess is, you know, in a weird way, probably nothing would have like broken Charlie's heart more than to see where the coalition is today after all of this. And I guess we all kind of feel bad about that to some degree. You know, like Charlie was a guy who really just wanted to keep that winning coalition, the 2024 energy that we all had, you know, together. And of course, because of what this administration has done, I think there was just no way that was going to happen. But it is something where, like, this has been a major theme to me of the last year. Is that essentially the Donald Trump coalition has been destroyed. It's much like the Israel topic in general, you know, when the Zionists would be like, why is Candace Owens exploding in popularity? And like they would think of everything except for Gaza, you know, like
Except for like, you know, we're kind of committing a Holocaust on the side. Maybe that's the problem. It's never them.
It's like you start this day, your kind of like journey on revisiting, you know, the Israel question, and you start it being like, you were like, you know, I just had a baby, and then I saw an image of this baby who had like been crushed under a building, and then I'm just sitting there kind of thinking like, oh my God, that baby's as precious as my baby, and it could be my baby. And imagine what my life would be if that happened to my baby. And then like everyone goes, what's her angle here? I think it might just be that. I think it might just be the thing she said, like the baby getting crushed. And they're like, so is there like, is Qatari money coming in? You think? Anyway, but so there's this whole, similarly, there's been this huge, you know, there's this interesting dynamic where, okay, so when obviously we started with the 12-day war and the suppressing of the Epstein files, and then it was really just solidified by launching this war again, and the whole thing falling apart. But at first, when the war first launched, and you had those polls that said 99% of MAGA loves these wars, and Shapiro and all those guys, they said the lesson here is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter, and Candace Owens doesn't matter, and Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly, and sure, you might look next to their shows and see awfully huge numbers, and every time there's a chart, these are the biggest shows out there, but they don't matter. They're totally irrelevant, and there's no connect. Now, a year later, the story is that it's all your guys' fault that the coalition broke up. You went from not mattering at all to being responsible to taking down the biggest coalition ever.
You all right?
Whereas, like, what's right in front of all of us is that it's just like, dude, no one wanted another war.
Right.
No one wanted another war for
Did I break another one?
And the other thing is, yeah, support for Israel has completely collapsed. And so people that continue to lie to them about Israel or lie on behalf of Israel are just not getting support. And you're blaming it on me and Tucker. I don't know why you're blaming it on me and Tucker. Again, we were one of the last ones to really join the party.
Eric?
Maybe the
How
first
you
out of
living,
the
Gold?
Republican Party to say, like, I'm done with this. Getting fired, obviously, publicly, kind of being hung for having a totally rational perspective that genocide is always wrong. I didn't know that there were exclusions on that. I didn't know that genocide is sometimes okay. But sticking to being willing to lose my career and being willing not to change my position for money, which I think is unusual and has built up trust with the audience. Like, if I care about something and I'm principled about something, I'm not going to pivot on those things. But to your other point, this is what's amazing. Speaking about Turning Point, linking up with whoever, they have no morals anymore. They don't care about anything. And that recent piece that they did with Brandy Zazdrozny from NBC. Charlie hated this woman. I mean, talk about the messages I have. She was the original person who did a hit piece on me and Charlie back in 2018. It was like one of our first lessons with the media, how you can sit down with a reporter, invite them in, go take them to dinner. She did pay her own dinner, and then we were just so shocked by what she wrote. This woman is not just an ally of transgenderism. She's like far, she's extreme on transgenderism. She believes that children should be trans. Erica sits down with her. So your husband hated her. You believe a trans furry killed your husband, and you're sitting down with Brandy Zazdrozny to write a hit piece on Candace. You'll partner with anyone when it comes to the topic of Candace. But what was in that piece is so telling, because they basically say they could have reunited an already fracturing Republican Party.
This needs oil inside, and I don't know how to do it, how to add the oil inside.
Files, had it not been for Candace Owens.
Because it's getting stuck.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe they put it in writing and didn't realize that, guys, this is crazy.
Where does the oil go?
Was supposed to make you forget about the pedophiles that Trump was looking the other way on. You were supposed to make you forget about the Zionists who were involved in the Epstein files that Trump was looking away from, in which, in your good sense, you said, I don't care if I supported MAGA. I'm not supporting someone who is okay with children being abused or is willing to look the other way when people who are giving him money are plausibly abusing children. Like, you were moral in that perspective, and we were going to distract you by telling you, ooh, but remember the left bad left, bad trans, bad this. I couldn't believe it, but that is their position. And Blake Neff has shared that. Andrew Colvett shared that. That is what they hate me for, is stopping us going back to this basic structure, this paradigm of left versus right.
I put oil in it,
it so fundamentally misunderstands the dynamic of
but I don't know where the
on.
gears are. I don't know how to
Like,
get to
in a
the
way,
gears.
I don't know. It's like they're almost going. First of all, they're going. First, when they go, oh, Tucker Carlson doesn't matter, or Candace Owens doesn't matter, it's like, okay, now they're trying to downplay your significance as if you guys aren't massively influential figures, which is stupid, But then when they go, you destroyed the whole coalition, or you could have kept it together, you're massively overestimating.
I put it near the edge of the rollers.
Actually has the thing that people don't.
It seems like it's going better now.
There's a mass awakening going on. People like us have been a part of this.
Seems like it's going easier.
We're talking about this, and our audiences respect and enjoy our perspectives and like that we're telling the truth as we see it. But that doesn't mean that
there's
we're
clay stuck in here,
God. Like, in other words, if I were to just come out tomorrow and go, actually, whatever, let Israel take Lebanon and let them kill some of those people. It's not that my audience would go, all right, well, then I guess that's what we're doing. They'd be like, wait, Dave's been compromised. He's not telling the truth anymore. It's not like as if if they took out you and Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan, it's not like your audiences would then go back to listening to Jake Tapper and go, oh, okay, I guess that's what the truth, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, no, like, the truth is that not me or you or anyone else is skilled enough to have spun this away to keep the coalition together. Too many people, the whole point was no more of these stupid wars and drain the swamp. That was the whole point. If we're covering up the most corrupt goddamn thing ever, whatever exactly the Jeffrey Epstein thing was, in one way or the other, it's the most corrupt thing ever in the world. So there's that. And then we're launching more wars. We're killing people by the thousands and wasting hundreds of billions of dollars, all literally so obviously at this point, Candace. I mean, I remember even when me and you first met, which wasn't that long ago, and I'd be like, dude, we fought the war in Iraq for the Israel lobby, and you'd be like, whoa, this is crazy. We have but now, is it even like a thing? You got to convince, yes, we're fighting this war so that Israel can take southern Lebanon.
It was crazy. This was just way too obvious. They weren't even trying with this one. I mean, we're learning that Bibi Netanyahu is in the Situation Room, and Trump is sitting down, listening to him, telling him how it's going to go. And then we understand the fundamental stupidity of our own president, that he thought that it was convincing that we would be able to be out of this in 2 weeks, like 2 weeks to flatten the curve on Iran. This is Persia. They've been around. Like, this is not just going to be a country that you're going to overtake in 2 weeks.
We're dumb.
You're telling me he's so fundamentally stupid that a person that's in middle school, you could have the foreign policy level of a middle schooler trying to write a paper, and you would go, no, that's absurd. If you are the president, you go, I don't even need to be deep on this topic, but the fact that you pitched me this stupidity, you're fired. That's what he should have said, right? Obviously, we're not taking this over in 2 weeks by, we're just going to have an air assault and it's going to be over. I don't need to be an expert on military. I don't have no military expertise to tell you that is such a nonsense. And Trump went for it, right? He went for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That's supposed to be the stupidity that they tell us because they think we're all dumb and we're not. 2 weeks and this will all be over. But he pitched that to a president. And Trump said, yeah, no, that sounds good. And in this room of people who we're now all learning are fundamentally dumb, corrupt, and blackmailed,
I'm also going to
willing to put American lives on the line. And now we're learning about the ships and what's been going on there and people that are trying to jump off of them, because we always knew from the very beginning that this was unwinnable. So the audience is smarter than you think. Okay, that's what the lesson is in all of this. The propaganda is not slapping the same. They've then gone, okay, CNN, MSNBC, they fall and people don't believe them, so we can just employ a bunch of influencers to do what they were doing and it's going to somehow look independent. No, when they all come out with the same talking points, people are recognizing that as well. So you have basically only one option, and it's the one you never want to take. Tell the truth. Listen to the people when they tell you what they want. And don't be surprised when you completely abandon every issue that you stood on, every promise that you made, and the people are no longer with you. Don't play shock. Don't play it's Tucker's fault, it's Candace's fault, it's whoever's fault. Blame yourself for once in your miserable life. And that is how I feel about Donald Trump today.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Quince. Summer always changes the way you get dressed. You want pieces that feel lighter, that are more breathable, things that are easy but still put together. Well, you got to check out Quince. Their European linen pants and shirts are the perfect warm weather upgrade to add to your rotation, starting at just $34. Their tees are soft and easy to wear, and their lightweight cotton sweaters are perfect for cooler summer nights. Everything at Quince is priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. They work directly with ethical factories to cut out the middleman, so you're paying for
where the
quality,
heck did the rest of this
not
clay
brand
go?
markup, and Quince goes way beyond clothing.
This
They
is
have
garbage
custom
because this is
upholstered
all effed
sofas,
up. Well, I could
ceramic
probably mix it
cookware,
together.
premium
But what
bedding.
the
It's the kind
F?
of brand you end
Oh,
up
it's on the
recommending
floor.
to everyone for everything. I will tell you,
Let me try to mix
I
this
have
together.
several items of clothing from Quince. I really, really like them. They're my type of brand. Everything, it's kind of simple, but it looks good and put together, and it's very, very reasonably priced. Like, really quite hard to find better these days. So elevate your summer wardrobe. Go to quince.com/POTP right now for free shipping on your orders and 365-day returns. That's now available in Canada too. It's quince.com/POTP. That's QUINCE.com/POTP for free shipping and 365-day returns. All right, let's get back into the show.
I think it's nice and oiled.
Well said. Amen. And even as you say it, it's like, he also fell for the original 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I mean, he was the president at that time too, so he fell in both his first and second term. Got suckered into a different version of it, and it is
2 weeks to flatten the Iranians.
Yeah, that's right. But it does almost in the same way. If you remember the Jon Stewart joke that he told, 10 months after all the rest of us had told it, but then it was okay to say it when Jon Stewart said. But he goes the thing where he's like, it's the name of the lab, like the lab and the virus have the same name. Well, like in the same sense, you're almost like, well, who would have imagined the Persians would exercise so much control over the Gulf? And you're like, what do they call the Gulf? It's the Persian Gulf. Persia is a whole half of the Gulf. Like, yeah, there's the other Arab side, I guess, but like, how are you good? And even the idea, it's like people.
So the
don't
person who
even,
just text me, give me a second and I'll check.
Like,
I just gotta.
Of course, this whole plan was stupid and unwinnable, and everyone with an ounce of wisdom always drones that can go like hunt people down. And we have kill lists and all this stuff. And we were the only ones who had them. No other military in the world had Predator drones. And you know, the explosion of drones just in the last 20 years. Now, everyone's got them. They were a huge force in the Ukrainian war. They're a huge factor in this war. And now they got these cheap $20,000 drones. Okay, but what's that going to be in 10 years? I mean, in 10 years, they're probably going to be able to produce these things for a few $100, essentially saying that any Persian insurgency could keep the strait closed. Like, even if Benjamin Netanyahu got his regime change there, what do you need? You need a few 100,000 men with a budget of a few $100,000, you know, like, and they're going to be able to attack ships and drive the price of insurance up. Yeah, the whole thing is totally unwinnable. It's an absolute disaster.
And one of the things that was super compelling for me, so I went to Russia earlier this year, and I had got an opportunity because they were freaking out about me going to Russia to then go hear Putin speak at the speak forum, which is actually, people are so dumb, is attended. The Trump administration was there. They were like, yeah, this is there. Okay, so is Trump administration. Like, this is like Davos of the East or whatever. But anyways, one of the things that really stood out to me was how much, and I had already been reading Putin's speeches when things were breaking out, and I was like, okay, what's actually happening? Let me read Biden's speech, let me read Putin's speech and figure out what the truth is in between, which is what you should do, right? But one of the things that is so shocking to me, and the difference in the way that our government treats us versus like the way Putin addressed his people, is he takes a very long time to articulate why he's doing something, right? He believes that they actually, whether you think he's lying or he's telling the truth, that he sits down, and we saw this even in the Tucker Carlson interview, and he will explain why we are justified in doing what we are doing in Ukraine. Now, you weigh that against Trump. I don't care what you think about what we're doing in Iran. I don't care if you think your gas prices are high. We're just doing what we do. We're dropping bombs. Bomb, Iran. We get a little meme online, and next thing you know, we're bombing Iran. He's articulated no reason. He's articulated no way in which we're going to be out of this. He doesn't feel he has to. There's such a fundamental disrespect for the people. And that's really bothering me now, where it's like, even if you are lying, could you at least articulate a lie to us? Like, could you come out and could you sit down and could you answer questions for 3 hours like Putin did, you know, in front of these people, and say, I'm here and you can ask me every single question about what we're doing, why we're going to do Iran, despite the fact that none of you guys want to do this, why I think it's so important for us to be in there. And that is like, there's a fundamental difference there. And also just spending time with the Russian people, which I think now makes me understand the Persian people. They have been around for so long that I was sitting down interviewing a director there, and he said to me, you Americans come to us with your deals, right? You want us to sign a deal. You have no concept of what ancestry means. Like, what we don't care about a deal. Like, thousands of years ago, our ancestors were here. We know where we're from. We're not going to cut a deal and sell things. We literally rather die than to pay attention to one of your deals. And that's something that it was like, just, okay, they are fighting for something different and fighting
one of
for
the stupidest fucking questions you can ask.
More. I think it's even why people say, you know, Afghanistan is like the graveyard of empires, because our mindset in such a young country, 200 years, can't comprehend that there's something deeper and something that's more spiritual that drives people that have lived through so much, right? That's why I say you are talking about Persia. You're going to take Persia in 2 weeks. Yes, okay, we call it Iran. They have been here for so long, and they will be fighting for something different. And we saw that when we were threatening to bomb up their infrastructure, and a bunch of people just stood outside willing to die, willing to die, rather than like, okay, Trump, yeah, we might die. That literally is what they're saying. Could you imagine that happening? It gives you chills to even consider that. Could you imagine that happening in America? And so, that's something that I'm very aware of now, is that they have such little respect for us that even when they get caught red-handed bombing an Iranian school for no reason at all, they go, we ain't do that. Iranian people bad. They did that. They brown. They did that. It's like, okay, like, just at least have enough respect to own it and say we made a mistake. You know, they still haven't. They still have not owned that mistake.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, and it was even after even after it was confirmed it was a tomahawk, Donald Trump was still sitting there. In fact, there was the one moment where he actually was the most uncomfortable I've ever seen Pete Hegseth, who no one has ever accused of being a genius, but like unlike Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth knows what a tomahawk missile is. And so it had come out that it was a tomahawk, and Donald Trump goes, you know, it could have been from anybody. I mean, it was a tomahawk, but it's not necessarily ours. What do you think, Pete? And then Pete's like, we'll have to wait for the investigation to come, because even he knows. Like I don't know that Trump knows that there's only a handful of countries that have tomahawk missiles. The Israelis don't even have tomahawk missiles. Like Britain what is the accusation here that like France smuggled a fucking tomahawk to the Iranians that then they dropped on top of their own girls' school? Like it was just too already, and this before the investigation. Like it was too ridiculous. But like you said, I mean, look,
glaze the
there is a
back of
certain
these.
point, and this is something
And I have
that
to take
do
photos
try
of these.
to,
I have to decide if I'm making these magnets
kind of
or
push
keychains,
right-wingers
but I'll
on,
figure
there's
that out
something
tomorrow.
Listen, man, like on a spiritual level, there's something so dark about killing a bunch of little girls and then not even taking the responsibility for
Not
it,
taking responsibility.
lying about it, but you know
Gross.
this was you. And like, okay, if you want to say this was war and it's a tragic mistake, I mean, I still consider it murder in the first degree, because you launch a war of choice and then you're responsible for everyone you kill in that thing, if you ask me, you know?
Right.
But
And no explanation
so-
for they couldn't have even made the mistake. I mean, if you watch Sky News' investigation into it, they knew every body that was moving in there. It is incomprehensible what they did, and it should not be forgotten. Okay, you just murdered a bunch of schoolgirls, and there's no explanation, and there's not an apology. There's not owning it. Mistakes certainly can happen, even if they came out and said, "Yes, this was us. We are sorry. This was an issue." Like that would be more respect for the people, but they just think we're so dumb that he's just like, no. Literally, Pete Hegseth says in that clips, that's something Iranians do, not something that we do. Like, you know,
Right,
it's
yeah.
ridiculous.
Well, it's also just like the basic look, the basic lesson, which is there's always something so fascinating about this. I guess particularly from my perspective, because I feel like I'm always arguing on behalf of what this country was founded on explicitly, but also the fact that this country literally was founded on a war against the most powerful military in the world, using the understanding of the problems with insurgency and with asymmetrical warfare, and understanding that, like, listen, dude, it's just like if somebody inherently, there might be me versus somebody, right? But if somebody is trying to break into my house to kill my family, there's just immediately huge advantages that I have in that fight. Like, this is not meeting with guns in an open field somewhere. First of all, I'm the most motivated fighter there is, because I'm fighting on behalf of my family living. So this isn't like, there's not an option to retreat, right? There is no, I can't let my family get killed. Number two, you're in my home. I have weaponry. I know the layout of this house more than you do. You know, there's a bunch of advantages. And I think one of the other things that Americans really don't have an appreciation for is the level of suffering that some of these other countries have been through collectively, you know, together, that America just hasn't. You know, you look at, like, this is one, you know, as you start talking about the connection kind of between the Russians and the Persians or whatever, or the Iranians more broadly, Russia collapsed twice in the 20th century. Like, their entire government collapsed twice, right? With the Bolshevik Revolution, I guess even three times, if you want to technically count. Like, during the Bolshevik Revolution, there were two collapses, and then they collapsed when the Soviet Union collapsed. They were invaded twice. They took on losses of tens of millions. Now I'm not even getting into the 90s when their life expectancy collapsed over the crazy shock therapy stuff. And so, like, they're just, the people had been through it. And same with the Iranians. I mean, if you look at their war with Iraq in the 1980s, hundreds of thousands of people killed, sanctioned, crippled. Like, when you threaten them with war, these people are war torn and used to suffering a lot more than the people that we know. That's just kind of a part of the reality. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what when you recognize that, it's so different to go and visit these places. I picked up on that, and I was going, wow, they are fighting for something totally different than what's being sold to us. And Trump hasn't considered that. Like, he doesn't have the depth to be able to consider that. Like, he genuinely thinks they can be defeated in 2 weeks. And like you said, you're like, they couldn't be defeated 3 times, and they're still here. And so I really resent the fact that we can never get a clear answer, an honest response, and that they continually think that we are too stupid to be able to handle that. And it's because they have no reason to be there outside of Israel. That's the reason. Even if they were to articulate it, the honest truth would be, we're doing it because Bibi told us to do it. That's it. There's going to be no upside to the American people. And we've just been doing this for so long and nobody noticed. And we're kind of shocked when everybody noticed. We tried to use Charlie Kirk assassination to parlay that into more support for Israel. We even posted an AI photo of him hugging the flag of Israel on the day that he died. We thought that would work. And, it didn't. And we don't really know what to do. And we don't really know how to get out of this thing. That's going to be another question. How do we even get out of this thing? And that's where we're at right now. I do think that is a lot of the reason that there is so much nastiness toward me, is because they wanted to use Charlie's death to rally support for Israel. And they blame me for having stopped that. Erica was ready, Shabbat Shalom, Barry Weiss, go on tour. He loved Israel so much, and I ruined something. I ruined something there.
All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Goldback, a great company, an amazing product. If you haven't watched, I interviewed their CEO, Jeremy Corden. Go check that out if you haven't already. It was a great conversation. We talked a bunch about inflation. As you guys know, it measured in gold. The dollar has lost 99.6% of its value since the Federal Reserve was created. And you don't need a chart to see it. You feel it at the grocery store every week. Now, because of high prices, of course, a lot of people are turning to gold, as they typically do during times of inflation. But for daily purchases, you're still stuck using dollars. Well, that's the problem that Goldback solves. They're real 24-karat gold that you can spend like cash. They're one of the most affordable ways to own fractional gold, and they've already become the leading non-crypto alternative currency that's out there. So there's no accounts, there's no fees, no data tracking, just person-to-person transactions, an actual currency that is on a gold standard. So stop relying on a broken system and head over to goldback.com/Dave to learn more. That's goldback.com/Dave. All right, let's get back into the show. And that's very interesting, because that can be a real dynamic kind of independent of whatever even is the correct theory about Charlie Kirk. I said this in my last episode, that there's something to me, I think, also with because there's an interesting thing where I go, okay, even if you think Candace has gone down rabbit holes that aren't worth going down, and okay, she's saying when she's pressed about what she thinks, that she thinks the Israelis and the French were involved, but she herself will admit she can't prove that that's the case or whatever.
Of course I can't.
Just go well, right, but even at the same time, you go okay, there's always been conspiracy theorists out there. There's conspiracies that are correct. There's conspiracies that are not correct. There's always been people that are theorizing. And I just find it kind of interesting when there are people who are really good friends with Alex Jones, who are really going after you for pursuing this path. Or you're I don't know, he was pursuing whether the government was trying to reduce the human population to 300,000 in an effort to form one world government. By the way, none of that ended up happening. But I don't know, I'm still just more angry at the George W. Bush administration. And in this example that you're talking about here, it's not as again, I guess more or less what I'm saying here is that it's there's, when you said something else is going on here, something else where it's yes, I think what you said, that you have very effectively changed the conversation from being we're gonna rally around kind of rah low IQ conservative slop, which I've seen a real effort to push out there. It's the left. The left versus us. The left hates all of us. And and don't get me wrong, there are disgusting leftists out there. There were people who were celebrating Charlie Kirk as the creepiest thing in the world. But actually, that's kind of a pretty isolated, sad, mentally disturbed person. I don't know that does represent the left broadly. I don't actually think that's true. And so I don't know. I guess I do question what the motivation with a lot of these different things are. And look, there's no question, but I think you're really on to something when you say that that's what this was supposed to be used as. But not implying that it was done for that reason, but simply saying that a lot of people tried to manipulate that to be hey, we're going to make this a rah-rah. We all get back into the coalition. And then, of course, we're supposed to just not question the fact that even though you've won the argument, Ben Shapiro gets to be in charge of the policy somehow. You know what I mean?
It's even though crazy.
And we're supposed to just fall in line with that. Whereas the thing is no, That's not what we think the appropriate response to this is. We're not just going to support neocon policies because a guy who didn't support neocon policies got tragically killed.
All right.
That doesn't make
And it is
sense.
kind of just amazing that it's particularly people
I think we're
who
gonna
support
make the
Israel
cross out of
want the investigation into Charlie Kirk's death to have been open and shut. I mean, that's just it's. I notice patterns. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen one person who's radically pro-Israel be like, "Oh, that is kind of weird." You know, that is kind of weird this happened. You don't have to totally bite every conspiracy theory, but to not recognize the anomalies in this case, like they won't even be like, "Hey, that is kind of weird that Joe Kent was shut down from investigating foreign ties." No, they all attacked Joe Kent immediately. Joe Kent is this. He's a betrayed. He leaked all of these things. Guys, that's why people find Israel to be suspicious, is because none of you will even concede the points that are easy to concede. Like, if I was actually, like, let's say, and this is hypothetical, that Israel actually killed him. If I'm in charge of the PR policy, I'm going to say to my PR people, my Zionists, I'm going to be like, you know, lean in a little bit to like recognize the obvious and be like, hey, you know, that is a little weird about we should investigate those Egyptian planes. We should, you know, he should be allowed to take a look at foreign involvement. Maybe it's Iran. I think Iran did it. They were just completely like anti-Joe Kent, Turning Point USA included. That's why people think you're shady, right? You're attacking Joe Kent for telling people I was not allowed to investigate foreign ties. That's wild.
That is
wild. How is that not a natural partnership for you to bring him on when he leaves? And Erica should be shocked by this. Instead, he's saying Kash Patel didn't let me do this, and Erica's friendly with Kash Patel. That's crazy. That's like, it's a total inversion. I'm sorry people are noticing those strange anomalies and thinking that it makes them uncomfortable. And yes, this is going to shock you, Dave. Like, I really don't want to shock you. If the government is actually involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they're not going to want you to have the evidence. It's a crazy thing. JFK assassination. Where is your hard evidence? You know what? I did call the military and ask them to confirm whether or not people were on the ground that day, and they wouldn't do it. Like when he was pushing me on the France thing, I'm like, this came from a military source. I did everything right and reported this. What else am I going to be able to do? That would be the job of Tulsi Gabbard's office, the job of the White House, the job of our military.
Hello,
like,
how are you?
They're putting the burden on us because they don't want to do their jobs and look into foreign ties. That's completely upside down. So yeah, we're limited as citizens.
This clay was actually in pretty good
point
condition
out
for
the strange
being
anomalies,
on
and we can
clearance.
clock the lies, and that's what I
It
have
didn't
been
need
doing
any
and what I'll
softener.
be
It just
continuing
needed to be
doing on my
conditioned
program.
really well.
Yeah. You know, I said the other day,
And I also forgot to
show
get the
that, 'cause I
purple
know people
Femo
will say
effect
this is
clay,
one, and I
but
hate
it's
this
okay
because
because
well, I guess
Amazon
these are
had
also
Femo
partly
effect
my
clay.
libertarian roots,
They had
'cause
6
I am
for
like
20.
a real kind
Hold
of,
on.
you know, Thomas Sowell, Murray Rothbard kind of guy deep down. But
All right, so on Amazon they had the Femo effect clay, and I ordered it, and they had 6 clays, so 6 packs of clay for $26.41. Let's go to the calculator. Divided by 6 comes out to 4 and change each, but that was not bad because those colors Well, I'm glad that you're doing a lot better. Well, now that I got this pink in there, now we gotta mix it until the pink goes away. This is the new machine. This is the new machine. Thank you so much, by the way. This is the new machine. A little bit. Every time we talk about the machine, it does this. I don't understand what keeps happening. It's like it's like off track. This has nothing to do with the clay at this point. It's like going off track. I don't know how to open it up. I'm gonna have to try to figure that out, how to open it. Let me take this thing off. I think that this... All right, let's take out all the screws that I see. Something fell fuck. there was definitely, now there's washers stuck in there. The way that this is made is so dumb. How am I supposed to get that out? Oh my God, that was crazy that I think I just effed this up royally. Okay. I got the two things that I needed. Now I got to open this side. This clay back there. All right, well, this part is not going to come off because of this thing. Okay, so there's no way to actually take this all apart. There we go. I think I'm going to keep this piece off because I think that this is causing a problem. A lot of clay is getting stuck in here, and I don't necessarily need that part. It's like a guard. I think it's like a finger guard, but I don't really need it. So now I have a problem because Let me reconnect this before anything else. Ow. Oh, this sucks. Oh, ain't that about a bitch? I really did just cut my finger real bad. Fucking bitch. I'm gonna cuss. I'm sorry, guys. I don't like to cuss, but in this situation, I'm gonna be cussing because this shit hurts. I don't mean to cuss, I promise, but it hurts. Come on, you stupid bitch. Oh, okay. That made it a lot easier. Oh, is this piece not going to go back in? Probably not. I don't really care if it doesn't go back in at this stage in the game. Of course it's not, because they make it so that... And now this is just going to have to be like that. Because... Ow, you bitch! I just cut my finger real bad. Oh my God, I just took a chunk out of the tip of my finger. Oh my God, that hurt. Where is my band-aids? That just took a chunk out of the tip of my finger. That was a chunk. When I tell you a chunk of the tip of my finger. Ah. Ah. Oh, good thing I don't use my pointer finger for my fingerprints, because if I did, then I'd be shit out of luck. I don't know why I decided to use this dumb Band-Aid. I need another one. This is what I get for trying to play Mr. Fix-It. Oh my God, it's so bad. How can I take this out though? I think I'm just gonna bend them down. These two pieces, I think, are causing some of the issue. I could be wrong, but and there's no way for me to take it like apart fully, so. Okay, so honestly, for now, what I'm gonna do I think I know what the issue is, honestly. I just think that this one is just ill-compatible with no, exactly. They do make things unfixable. They make it so that you have to get a new one. I think I'm gonna put the other motor, I want to see if maybe I should put this on. I think maybe I should try this motor on my other one and maybe just stick with that, because I feel like that's the issue. Maybe this one isn't compatible with this motor. What the fuck, dude? All right. Oh my God, the blood is bleeding through. It's not stopping. Ow! What do I do? It's not stopping. I'm not putting super glue. I know that they do that, but I'm not doing it. Where's my little finger condoms? Just let it go ham in there. Shout out to the finger condoms. If I had the condom on, it wouldn't have happened. I know, I should have protected my fingers. All right, so what I think I'm gonna do is, I think because of all like the shimmying and the shaking that's happening, it's effing this one up. So to try to avoid that, we're going to use the different one. And look, this is gross. I feel like all this was getting like gunked up on here. Whatever this area was, it was like just getting shit gunked up. It was not helping in any way. Just like, oh my gosh. I got these off of Amazon. Institutional pack, baby. I use alcohol wipes so much for dabbing and for this, because that's how you clean the polymer clay, with the alcohol. I have so many cuts on my fingers right now. Oh my gosh. The alcohol is not feeling nice on my fingies. All right. This can go to the side. All right, so this one, because of the shimmying and the shaking, I'm only going to use this one on here because this one fits on really well and it works really well on here. And for the sake of not going nuts, we're going to just stick to this. Now, I will also say that I'm going to try to use the other one now. I got blood on here. We don't want blood on there. It's gross. We don't want blood on it. I have to be careful because I have two sharp things. I wish I had... Can I just cut this off? I don't think so. I don't think that that's... No, it's not going to cut that. As long as it's bent inwards, I don't care. All right, now, see this one goes on nice and freaking flush. Okay. Now, this one, this big bad boy. Even though this one was like rocking and rolling and shimmying and shaking, I feel like this one can withstand this one a little bit better. So let's try it, shall we? Does it have to go that way? Yeah, it does. Okay. See. Try it out. It does this thing. I don't understand why it does that. But it's already handling it way better. Okay, so this is my issue with this. How can I prevent this from happening? Because I want this to be more, like I want this to stay in close to it, but I can't get it to stay in close unless I hold it. Okay. And now this one. I wonder if I could use the same. Ah, ha, ha, ha. See, look, now. Now I know why that was on there. Shit. Don't come in my room like that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Your door was open.
Don't. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do because this piece needs to, the piece that I took out needs to be in and I don't know how to get it back in. Because that's what's preventing the clay from going back up into itself. No, this is the one from Michael's, and I'm going to have to freaking, if anything, I'll bring it back to Michael's and exchange it. I'll be like, listen, this broke. It broke, and I need you to give me a new one. That's what I will do. I can fix it if I can figure out which way these go in. And I have to also... I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this. And that's really unfortunate. Yeah. I'm going to put this back in the box and I'm going to return it because that's my only option right now. It's just because I can't figure out. Yeah, I'm going to put this all back in the box and say, I want to exchange this. Do you think they'll let me exchange it? Even though I tried to fix it. And I couldn't fix it. I tried. I'm going to bring it back and see what they say. Ow. No, it's not that the pieces came off. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be like, I tried to fix it. I literally had it for a week. I tried to fix it. after it kept breaking, and in trying to fix it, it damaged it more. And I don't think that it should stop working after a week. I'm very upset right now. What up, Christine? How are you? No, because I'll show you what's happening. I'll show you I took those guards off because the guards were causing an issue. But now, without the guards, the clay goes right back up into the next part. It goes right back up and around. These pieces was guiding it downward. And I can't get them back in. So, I'm going to put all this in the box. And I'm going to return it. Exchange it. Return it. Really exchange it. Because I'm not going to ask them to give me my money back. I'm just going to ask them for another one. Right? Well, that'll be my task to do tomorrow after work. It's so annoying. I hate having to run errands. Especially when I have to... Well, I'll be late tomorrow going live, guys. Because I have to go back to freaking... And I have to exchange this pasta machine. Oh my goodness. Where's the Michael's bag? What time is it right now? Is it too late? Can I go now? It's too late. I would have got off stream right now and went. I would have got off stream right now and went. Well. We'll fix it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll have a new clay machine. Yeah, but I can't figure out, like, I kept on trying to get it in, and my finger is bleeding through this thing. Like, this thing is filling up with blood currently. And, yeah. You know what's funny, statistically, is how I got into my, my luggage code using statistics. All right, so this is what I'm working with right now. This one doesn't work that great. Shish kebabs. I haven't made anything yet today because of all this nonsensical. I'll make some tomorrow. I mean, oh my God, look. It won't stop bleeding. It won't clot. Maybe this time it will. Holy shit. You guys want to see what I did? It's a hole in my finger. I'm going to show them too. I'm going to be like, I even hurt myself. I have a hole in my finger because of this whole escapade. I have a hole in my finger. Let's keep the condom on it. Well, that's why I had the condom on it. You know, I'm going to put another Band-Aid over it a little bit tighter. Finger condom. I shouldn't have ever did what I just did, but now we'll fix it. We'll fix it tomorrow. I'll swap that out tomorrow. Hopefully Michael's doesn't give me an issue and they're like, yeah, you could swap it out. I mean, I shop there enough. Like I shop there a lot. Like Michael should do the rights. Like I'm like a gold freaking platinum member at this point. I need to smack. I need to smiz a biz. For shiz my niz. For riz my diz. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Put us together. So perfect, perfect, perfect. I know, right? If I folded, I wouldn't be having this issue right now. Oh, it's all right. It's okay. I'll be honest, that machine was giving me issues anyway. Like, it shouldn't have been jamming up the way it was, and it was jamming. It was jamming and banning. It was yanking and banking. It was yanking and banking. I still have Starbies. And it's still warm. Yo, if you're a Starbucks girly, get you the Starbucks Owala. It will keep your coffee warm all mother trucking day. And you still get to have a cute Starbucks cup. That's the hack. You get Starbucks early in the day. And at the end of the day, it's still warm. I did something different with my hair today, and I think it came out so good. Way like bouncier and just nicer all around. Do you guys want to know what I did? I didn't, you know how I usually like put the stuff in and I go like that, and I put my head upside down, and that's how I got these beautiful results. So I'm going to do that from now on. And I still was able to have a part. Obviously, it's not a good part, but it's still a part. It looks so much better. I think it looks so much better this way. Because I feel like it like weighs it down when I do the other way. And can I say one more time for all you idiots? I'm not trying to do my hair like literally any of you hoes. And I'm sorry to call you hoes. I only call you hoes because I don't feel like saying your names individually. But like, why would I want to look like a frumpy dump? Like, why would I want to look like any of you? None of yous are even secure in the way that you look to cam up. But somehow, some way, I want to look like you. Okay. See, there I go again. Letting the devil win. Point one out, the bounce. Yep. Surely you can't beat Jigga. Surely you can't beat Jigga. Point one out, the bounce. H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OZ. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC. Hove, fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1 supplier. Hotter than the piece of paper. Bam, my name. I got the hottest chick in the game. Wearing my chain. Sorry. I have ADHD and autism, so I just do weird things sometimes. Similar to them letters. I check like a food inspector. Shoot at you actors like movie directors. Sorry. See, but you know what oh, that's why, because this one has that covering. You need me? Similar to the letters, no one can do it better. Which rose? This rose? I don't really even know how I made this, but I did. It looks so sparkly. I love this green. It looks like jade. It looks like real jade. I don't know what to do with it yet. I really love this blue. I love this blue agate. I ordered more of it because Amazon had it. Like the way that it dries is just, I mean, the way that it bakes is just glorious. It looks like a little stone. I don't think I can make a magnet pin because the magnets that I have aren't strong enough. You need like really strong magnets for that. All right, it's time to smackety deck. My finger is like, the circulation is running out. The tip of my finger is purple. Gelato. The nectar. If anybody wants to support my habit, my medical marijuana habit, feel free to hit the Cash App, PayPal, donation alerts, all the things. Because I got fired from my job and I'm broke. I really need money. I got bills and shit. I mean, according to the internet, you know, they succeeded and apparently, you know, according to, you know, people that haven't worked in 40 years, they feel like they're in a position to judge me and claim that I'm doing something that I'm not. Instead of worrying about if and when I work, why don't you worry about you? And the fact that you're a geriatric running through the internet acting like a high school mean girl. Bro, if I was your big grown age acting the way you do, I would hope my kids would step in and commit me.
So we remember that Andrew went on Candace's show to debate her, and he revealed that this past Friday he was going to drop some damning evidence proving that the left Charlie Kirk. Well, Friday passed, and it seems that he didn't have his evidence in order, but all it did was prove that he had nothing substantial.
Says, what's the lay of the land? This is Kirk. His security team says, yes, law enforcement's been fully supportive and has agreed
Perpetually
to
unemployed.
the security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and Campus PD. If additional support is required,
Literally does nothing
patrol
but
units
sits on
will
the
be
internet all
available.
day long every day, but wants to clock me and what I do.
You see this message here? This is in response to Kirk.
By the way, it looks blurry now, but after he gives his reasonings as to why this is legit, which we're going to go over that as well, I'm going to show you guys clearer images, so
What is
don't worry.
CX?
Saying, thank you. The threats are higher than ever.
You mean like IP2?
The securities team says I have 11 on site.
But there's more to that text messages that's cut out that we don't see in this screenshot, and it seems that Charlie Kirk is saying, however, because it ends off with how. Now, I don't know what else he could be saying, but if he is saying however what? Why would you guys not include that in this text message? Because it sounds like he had more to say that you guys are not showing.
Team says I have 11 on site. Okay, great, says Kirk. Delicately remind them that they are there for one person's security only. I'm somewhat worried.
Why do you skip over that, Andrew Wilson? Something's redacted right here. What is that? Why are you guys redacting something if this is supposed to be proof? It reminds me of the EpiPen files, how you guys have this proof of what they did, the elites, but yet you're redacting everybody's name out so nobody's in trouble, basically, because nobody knows who did what.
Oh,
why
the
are you guys
EpiPen
redacting
files.
whatever this
Okay,
is right here?
now
if
I
this
get
is
it.
proof that Charlie Kirk did in fact say
Cheerio.
he was going to be attacked by the left, show everything. Don't hide anything.
I agree with that
TPUSA
sentiment.
Continues to do so.
About the left trying to kill me.
I love how he's silent as if he just gave a bomb drop. You read these messages on Candace's show. So why are you quiet and silent as if this is like, oh my God, we've never seen this before. We haven't heard of this. You said this already, and we've been waiting for you to drop the evidence. So now you drop the text messages, which we are going to get into on if it's legit or not, but continue to listen.
I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me.
Which also he was worried about a lot of people coming after him, as he did mention before on the Megyn Kelly show. So it's not just the left. Yes, this is a message right here that he may have said he's worried about the left trying to kill him. But it's not just the left. It's everybody that was coming after him, including Israel. Okay, because of his
Little
stance,
hats people?
how it was shifting. And also, Andrew, I need you to explain this to me. How does this text
Little
message
Hatland.
prove that Tyler Robinson was the one that did it? Him saying I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me does not prove Tyler Robinson of committing the crime.
It doesn't.
We're still waiting on you to prove that. And you haven't done it yet. And this does not prove that Tyler Robinson committed the crime. Was he a part of it? Possibly. But there was
Probably.
no proof of that yet.
Just so you are aware, says his
I mean,
security
there's proof
team,
that he was
I
a
will
part
be
of it.
strict with allowing people in our bubble. I can't have distractions in there, as we spoke of earlier. We are here for one priority. I've got you. I'll do all of my power to make sure that is extremely difficult. Kirk not only knew that there was tons of threats from the left coming in at him, but he consciously told his security team he knew that there was threats from the left coming at him.
You would think his security team
But
would have
his
been on the
final
roofs.
concern about who was going to
He would have
kill
been
him,
on. It would have been on the roofs. They would have
he
made
wasn't
sure that
worried
there
about
was no
Israel
way to kill
killing
him.
He wasn't worried about France killing him. He wasn't worried.
Here's my thing, right? So you're saying Charlie Kirk literally messaged his team, his security team, the night before he was unalived and was like, I'm afraid that I might get killed. And his security team didn't think it was a good idea to, like, oh, I don't know, check the roofs. Like, yes, Christine. Like, are you for real? I was being facetious, by the way, when I said that people got me fired. I didn't actually. Well, I mean, I guess if you want to say I actually, okay, cool, like, whatever, I actually got fired. But no, I was being facetious because people are now going around and saying that I got fired and I'm spending all my time playing with clay on the internet. And my thing is, like, even if that was true, like, why does that even matter? Like, why would that even matter? I'm not bothering you. I'm not bothering any of you. I'm not talking about any of you. Like, I'm not bothering you people. The only time I ever mention any of you people is when somebody comes in here and brings your freaking miserable selves up. At the end of the day, anybody that is cool with dragonflies, you are cool with a woman who doxed the little girl's TikTok. Okay? That's your friend. You know? Modded in your chat, grown woman that doxed the little girl's freaking TikTok. All because she doesn't like her mother. Like, 75-year-old woman on the internet making up lies about somebody that she professed to love for years. All because they won't let her do whatever she wants. If I had let Dragon do whatever she wants and walk all over me and talk to people in my chat any type of way, she'd still be here. The truth is that Dragon wanted to disrespect me time and time again, so I had to take her wrench away. And because I took her wrench, she ran over to Skelly's chat. These are the facts of the case. Skelly, who used to dox her, who she used to talk crap about. I have so many messages with all of them that now sit in his chat day in and day out shitting on me for no reason. And I'll say this again, all of you women are old enough to be my mother. Even if I did something that you don't agree with, that you don't like, at your big grown age, you should have just walked away and kept it pushing. No, instead, you're 50, 60 years old, sitting in chat rooms all day, every day, bashing me. I barely talk about you. I barely bring you up, like I said, unless somebody brings you up. And I'm not even bashing you. I'm just like, it's cool that you don't like me. And it's cool that you don't get along with me. And it's cool. Like, all of that's cool. You don't have to like me. I'm talking to you, Liz. I'm talking to you, Dragonflies. I'm talking to you, Lisa Stewart. I'm talking to all of you. Like, it's fine that y'all don't like me, and it's fine that y'all disagree with me. But it's not fine that all of a sudden, because I didn't do something that you wanted me to do, that you now air out your negative opinions about me all over the internet. Opinions, by the way, that you never told me you had about me while we were cool. Like, grow up. We're not in high school. Like, this isn't Mean Girls. You don't have to fucking make your life a daily burn book about Big T. Like, it's very easy to be like, I don't fuck with that person and keep it pushing. Which is what I do when it comes to y'all. But y'all don't shut the up about me. Like, every second of, at any given moment throughout the day, at least 2 of y'all are in a chat room talking about me. I thought so too, Christine. I thought so too. And when I gave Lisa an out, when I contacted her and I was like, yo, like, are you in Skelly's chat? Like, do you have an issue with me? Like, are you telling Dragon that you don't fuck with me? She lied right to my face. Like, profusely. Like, she lied to my face more than once. Like, no, I love you. Da-da-da-da-da. But, like, I love you. I love you. You're like my daughter. All this stuff. All to shit on me. Like I said, I understand human psychology, like the need to fit in and everything. But wrong is, like, that's just sad to me. Like, I'm not going to ever compromise my morals and who I am for a place to fit in on the internet. I'm never going to stalk out a child's TikTok to try to get at their mother. You want to know when I did shit like that? When I was actively abusing Xanax. When I was actively abusing Xanax, somebody sent me Ivana Punchu's 16-year-old's fucking Instagram. And I went to that Instagram and I screen recorded it. I never posted anything about it publicly, but I did talk about it privately. And I was so fucking wrong for doing that. but I was also under the influence of drugs. Y'all bitches are out here doing this shit without drugs. I will never, ever be that person. I would never do that in my state of mind right now. Y'all are doing stuff that I did in my active addiction. Right now. Currently. And my kid's not a teenager. Like, my kid's a baby. Like, I have a kid under the age of 10 that y'all are stalking and being weird about. But you do you. Like, you have to live with the consequences for your actions. Like, I don't have to. I don't. Is it annoying? Yes. Do I find it gross? Yes.
About anybody.
It says more about you than it does about me.
Except
still to this day, even now, I haven't bashed any of you. I haven't said anything negative about any of you. Your behavior is abhorrent, but I'm not out here doxing you. I'm not out here bringing up your family. I'm not doing any of that. I'd be well within my rights to do so. I'd be very justified to do so. But then I'd be no better than you.
Left killing him. I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me, he said.
I wish you would just leave me alone, because I wish I could never talk about you ever
worried
again.
About the left trying to kill him, this just proves that Tyler Robinson did it, right, Andrew Wilson? This is just 100% proof right here, as you said, overwhelming evidence. So I'm assuming that this is overwhelming evidence that it was Tyler Robinson, because
Susie, I call you the Edward all the time. Duh.
Undeniable evidence that we're still waiting on.
Why is this important? Because this was after that famous, I have no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause, which, by the way, they had a Zoom meeting after
So who
that,
cares? He still said it.
how to make better talking points on the Israeli
Like, you're
thing.
so dumb, Andrew Wilson.
That's what they talked about in the Zoom call afterwards. This date,
That
right
has nothing
here,
to do with
September.
anything.
Why? If they're having a meeting on how to have better talking points about how to attack the Israel topic, then why are they having that Zoom call after he said he's leaving or forced to leave the pro-Israel cause? Somebody got in his ear and said, listen, we need to figure this out, because Charlie seen that he wanted to really express himself on how he felt about Israel, but they were coming to him in a Zoom meeting to let him know, hey, listen, this is how you should attack it. Don't go full-blown force yet, as Charlie would have if he didn't have that Zoom
You could
call,
call me
maybe,
mother.
I'm assuming. And here's a closer look to the image of what Andrew Wilson showed. One thing
could be the only one to call
a few
me
things
mother.
that stand out to me, but one thing that stood out to me
Mother.
as well is, why is this a screenshot of the
Mommy.
phone? Why not a screenshot of the text messages? As if, you guys have a phone right here, you can screenshot
1 second.
the text messages and then send them to whoever.
Dang it. Oh my goodness gracious. La, la, la. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Come and join the chorus, the mighty, mighty chorus. With the light of day. Joyful, joyful Lord, we adore thee. It's not Play-Doh, and yes, we do. I actually, before I came live, I asked her if she wanted to make clay with me, but she wanted to do other stuff. Well, today I put a cross on a street sign, and sometimes when I go to Michael's, I'll leave one or two there, and when I go to church, I leave them in church. So I don't even know what a swap meet is. I don't even know where a swap meet would be. I would, but I just, I'm sure that I could donate a bunch to my kids' school for they have little fundraisers and stuff, so I'm gonna probably donate. If I have, I'm gonna probably have, depending on what I have, I'll probably donate a bunch of them to her school and tell them to sell them and keep the money. If anybody wants to buy them at the school, which I'm sure people love to buy stupid tchotchkes. I'm gonna try to make an anchor. I'm gonna try. I don't know if I can, but I will try. And why do you gotta call them gay? Why they gotta be gay for?
Picture of the phone and then send it out like that. It's possible that this could have been edited or faked in some ways, because this doesn't make any sense to me as to why you would send a screenshot of the whole phone. But it's also weird that they would send this to Andrew Wilson of all people. So why are you sending this to him? As if he is the champion to hold the crown in defending TPUSA, because they have no other debaters left on their roster. And I don't know if this is a big deal or not, but I realize that the phone is in airplane mode.
He's feeding me lobster and pasta.
Mode. I'm not sure about that, but maybe you guys have some ideas as to why. So if you do,
it seems like
go ahead
it.
And throw them in the comments below, and let's start talking about it.
It seems like it.
I don't ever have my phone on airplane mode.
But I'm not like a prophet or anything.
About sending text messages, so that's a little weird to me. But like I mentioned, this is weird. Where Charlie Kirk apparently said, "Thank you. The threats are higher than ever. How? ... And then it stops right there. Now, obviously, there's more text messages above this that they're not showing. They just wanted to highlight where he said the left is trying to kill him. But what is this? What do you mean, thank you? The threats are higher than ever. How? However? Or how about? Or Like, what was he trying to say? And the threats are higher than ever. That doesn't mean the left. So who knows? There was some other messages being thrown around that made him say, I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me.
I seen that video
also,
about time going faster.
Whatever it is right here. Okay, great. Delicately remind them that
Could
they
be.
are there for one person's security
Seems
only.
like it.
What is this? What is that? Is it an emoji? Is it a name? Why is that being redacted? Right before he says, I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to come after me. What is this? I feel like this is a key part of this whole message that they're blurring out for a reason. Why would you redact that? If this is proof that the left did come after him, as you guys are claiming it was Tyler Robinson,
I like this play.
Show everything. Don't redact anything. And I did
Female
put this text
professional.
message into ChatGPT to see if it could decipher anything about this, if it was real or fake, or maybe any clues to show that, you know what, this was tampered with. And this is the most interesting thing that ChatGPT came up with, where it says there's one particularly interesting detail. The message at the bottom quotes, I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me, and then responds, I've got you. I'll do all in my power to make that extremely difficult. The quoted message appears to be using the native reply quote mechanism rather than simply being typed into a new bubble. I also find that extremely weird, because if this is a text message between a certain individual and Charlie Kirk, then why are you like quotating it and then responding if you could just respond directly on the text message? As you can see, he did it several times, where the whole thank you thing, and then he responds, and then once again he quotes, I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me, and then responds. That's a little off. Like, why are you responding in that way? Now maybe
they have these highlighters for the Bible that are like crayons. They're like wax. I highly recommend those, because no, I don't. I probably, my mom probably does, but yeah, I would recommend those. They're like clear crayon type. I have them. Hold on, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So it's like this. It's like a waxy, like crayon type thing. And I'll show you what it looks like when you highlight. It looks like that, and it's good because it doesn't bleed through. Like, it doesn't bleed through the page. I don't have any thoughts on Buddha. Buddha's Buddha. It's just a false deity. I've probably been there, but it sounds familiar. My kid's movie's gonna get me copyright struck.
Dated when it comes to iPhones.
They have them on Amazon. Type in Bible highlighters.
Is there a specific reason to that when it comes to this type of phone or this type of software when used for messaging? Maybe you guys have something that I don't know about this that you can kind of give me some input on that you could definitely put in the comments below for us to read. That's actually a point in favor of the conversation being captured from a real message interface, although again, it isn't proof because a fabricated UI can reproduce the same features. That's the problem. You can use AI for so many things, as you see TPUSA doing. We still haven't got the full video of Charlie Kirk appointing Erica Kirk as CEO. We just have that 2-second clip, 1.5-second clip that looked like it was AI, and they still haven't responded to that or given any proof on that. So I'm assuming that's still fake. And then here we go again, once again. Number 5, the redacted rectangles are worth noting. There are at least 2 substantial obscured areas, one near the top of the conversation, another inside the outgoing security message. They appear quite deliberately blocked out. And that's pointing to what I was saying as well. What about this message when he, like, thank you, the threats are higher than ever? How? What do you mean? You got to continue that. This is something serious that you guys are claiming right now, so you got to give us what that is that he was trying to say or finish the text message, and then this block that you guys have here redacting something that we don't know what it is. Like, what are you guys hiding? And I want you guys to see this tweet from a man named Joe where he points out a couple points where he says, Erica claimed he only used Signal. These are Telegram text. Erica claimed no messages existed expressing fear for his life. Andrew's drop proves that was false, and Andrew is making it up. That's the problem. This just only proves that TPUSA is lying. Erica Kirk is lying, because you said that, Tyler, you said that Charlie Kirk was not in fear of his life. There was no text messages whatsoever of him expressing that, but yet now here you guys are providing Andrew Wilson with text messages saying that Charlie Kirk was fearing for his life.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered, they're coming after me, someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
So, Erica, which one is it? Were you lying before, or are you lying now? Because if there was no text messages of him saying he was fearing for his life, then that means these text messages are all fabricated and it's just all lies.
Not everybody. I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope everything gets better. And if you ever want to hit me up, you can email me.
Before he never sent these text messages, but now there is text messages apparently.
Not sometimes, like, using drugs can impact, like, hinder us from experiencing something biblical, so to speak. So I wouldn't, just because you didn't experience, that doesn't mean that really doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't mean anything because of your spiritual guard being lowered. But I'm sorry that you're going through that, and things definitely get better. I hope you have some type of support, and if you don't have any support, I would suggest getting to a meeting, because that's someplace that you'll really, find support. And not like just support, but like community and like-minded people and just people that want to help. It all takes time. And like as addicts, we crave that instant gratification. We want everything right away. So it like goes against our natural instincts and wants, as because we know that if we use a drug, we're going to feel better instantly. Whereas recovery takes time and work and effort. Random means that you need to give your brain time to heal. Yeah, you got to give your brain time to heal and get back to homeostasis. It's way easier said than done. I don't know, like, if you're in any type of treatment, but I would suggest, at the bare minimum, seeking out, like, a therapist or something. That's gross. I don't ever do that, and I'm good. Very happy and content. Well, okay, so I have a question. Like, did the hospital just like release you and not like, did a social worker come and talk to you while you were in the hospital? Did they give you any like resources? Oh, yeah. Here's the thing that I think people don't understand is that I'm allowed to talk about my own recovery. I'm allowed to talk about my own opinions on recovery, and I'm also allowed to give my opinions on mental health matters. What I'm not allowed to do is talk about anything clinical, meaning anything relating to interactions with clients that have to do with their treatment. Like, I can't come on here and be like, oh yeah, this person I had this person and they were diagnosed with this and that, and we talked to, I can't do that. But I could talk generally. But I would say, like, anybody who's like trying to access recovery, it's more than just abstaining from substances. There needs to be some level like treatment. You gotta like take care of your mental, in my experience at least, because if not, it's like you can only stay clean but for so long. Thank you, Susie. I just honestly And I think that people don't believe me when I say this. Like, I genuinely just want to see everyone win. If everyone, I would love to see everyone win, everyone be happy, you know. I don't know. I wish everyone could be like that. I don't know. Like, someone else being miserable is never going to make me happy. Like, somebody else's failures aren't going to make me successful. Yeah, they're getting pretty desperate. It's kind of sad. I don't like, I'm not trying to make them do anything. I just don't want to deal with, just move on, you know? And like, I'll say this, if I'm a lol cow, I'm proud to be a lol cow. I'll be a lol cow with a bachelor's degree. I'll be a lol cow owning my own condo soon. I'll be a lol cow driving a beautiful Bronco. I'll be a lol cow all the live long day. Like, I don't care. Like, the whole lol cow thing, it doesn't translate into my real life. You know? I think that if it did, then maybe it would matter a bit, but a googly eye, I'll think about that. Well, the swastika was originally a Buddhist symbol. I forget what it means, but then it was like co-opted by Nazi Germany. Yeah, it's...
So you're lying either way you put it. And this was a heavy talking point for Charlie Kirk before he passed when it comes to leaving the pro-Israel cause. As you can see right here on the Megyn Kelly show, he even pressed on that topic.
But I got text about you, Megyn, saying, why is Megyn like doing the bidding of Hamas? I was like, what are you talking about? Megyn's the best. Like, what? Like, she's amazing. And I said, why are you texting me about Megyn? And I at that point, and so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megyn, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that and the more you attack our moral character, the more we're going to double down in a direction because screw
100%.
you, I don't do it that way.
You heard that, right, guys? And then Andrew Wilson said that Zoom call meeting was just to talk about how can we attack the Israel topic. Like I said, what if that Zoom call meeting was trying to calm Charlie down? Because as he said right here, if you attack me in a way, oh, you don't want to do that because I'm going to double down on you. That's what he was doing with Israel. So maybe that Zoom call was trying to calm him down because he was ready to blow up and really leave this pro-Israel cause, and they were afraid of him doing so.
Okay? And I will say this. The behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you... What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
But yeah, Andrew Wilson wants to claim that it was only the left that was threatening Charlie Kirk. I mean, you heard it from Charlie Kirk's mouth himself. It sounds like he had threats coming from all angles, including the Israeli party. And people are noticing this, and we're not letting this slide. There's another tweet from Amy S. where she says, so, someone please let me know if I understand this all correctly. In the 3 months following Charlie's death, Erica never found these messages despite having possession of Charlie's phone. We saw the clip right here of Erica Kirk saying this never happened, right? She also had no independent knowledge that Charlie was specifically scared about the left on 9/9, the day before he was murdered. So much so that he was coordinating his security team in advance of his arrival at UVU. She had no knowledge of that. Are you kidding me? I thought you and Charlie did everything together. You guys were so close. He would let you know everything that's going on, but you didn't know that? That's such an important detail. Like, they were together all day on 9/9, as Erica Kirk claims. But Charlie never mentioned, hey, I'm concerned about the left. I'm going to message the security team and make sure things are all good for tomorrow. Charlie never said that to Erica? Or is Erica lying once again? Because you're saying that he was perfectly calm. Remember, he went to sleep peaceful. It was like you just wanted him to have a good night's rest in your daughter's room. It was peaceful. It was good. But then again, the day before that, look how he's talking. Which one is real, Erica Kirk? Because you're lying on here or you're lying over there. Either way, you're lying. And of course, Andrew Wilson saying that he has overwhelming evidence to prove that Tyler Robinson was the one that did it, yet this text message doesn't even prove that. But here he is saying, and if you think this is all we've got, you are sorely mistaken. Drip, drip, mother effers. So apparently he has more information and more evidence to prove that Tyler Robinson is the one that did it. Because that's the whole point of this case, right? To prove that Tyler Robinson either did it or did not. So then what else do you have that you said you were going to drop, but you didn't drop? Because it seems like you don't have your evidence in order, or maybe TPUSA hasn't sent you the script yet, and you're waiting on that, and you're just buying your time. And I want you to take a look at this right here, because somebody put this in Grok, and this is what Grok is saying about the text message.
That's my opinion.
Even Grok saying that the image is 85 to 95% AI generated. It sounds like they're more confident in this being AI generated than Andrew Wilson being that Tyler Robinson was the one that committed the crime. For the man who uses AI to claim his victory before, it's not looking good for him. Where you can see Grok saying very high, roughly 85 to 95%. This screenshot has multiple classic AI generation cells, especially in the text rendering. Agreed toy security plans should be to my all in my power should be I'll do. Now maybe that's just some text errors. I know sometimes that happens to me when I put in something in text and then it comes up something different, but hey, it's possible. But at the same time, look what Grok is saying about that. AI image models still struggle badly with dense, accurate, small text and UI mockups, which that is true because my cousin did this to me,
and not to mention,
where he tried to take a text message
your phone
that we
autocorrects usually.
And then when he put it in Grok and sent it to me, I noticed the same exact thing where it said a few words that I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. And then he was like, yeah, I just used Grok AI to kind of just pull a prank on you. So Grok or AI can do this when you're trying to generate text messages. A visible mouse cursor sitting right in the middle of one of the message bubbles, which we saw in the video, that's just him off his computer showing the text messages, so that's a little different. But still, this first section right here shows that, yes, this can be altered, which I think we all know by now TPUSA is pretty good at doing that. I want to hear your thoughts on what do you think about this in the comments below. He finally revealed the text messages by Charlie Kirk where he claims the left was trying to attack him, but then we had Erica Kirk not too long ago, a few months back, saying that Charlie Kirk never said any of this. So somebody is lying. And Erica Kirk, we need you once again to come to the forefront and explain your position. You guys let me know what you think about this in the comments below. Also, don't forget to check out this video right here and let me know what you think about that topic as well. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. That's all I got for you guys on this one, and I will catch you guys on the next one.
This guy's kind of annoying. That was a really annoying outro. You're an annoying person.
In a strange twist of fate,
Ew.
the police rushed right past their suspect on their way into a horrific murder scene.
We're gonna watch it and
Not
listen.
only that, but the suspect was also caught on camera by a TV crew outside the home moments after they had just committed an atrocious act. And despite all of this evidence, they shockingly still attempted to act as though they were innocent.
Hello, 911. Somebody got in the house and attacked me and my husband, and I'm all bloody, and I'm an old woman.
It's crazy. You know, I drink. It's crazy, man. I don't know what happened. It was a fight, a killing, a robbery. I'm not even a wicked person. I won't do nothing crazy or savage, you know.
Crazy and savage barely even begin to describe the absolutely horrific nature of the attack that occurred on that summer night of 2014.
They beat these people in the head, and they're like 100 years old. Somebody
Oh my gosh.
I need help. Okay, they're on their way there now, okay? And I'm on the floor, and my husband's been hit in the head, and I've been beat on the head. Don't hang up, okay? Don't hang up, Harriet. My head hurts. I'm in the land in the hallway.
The only element more shocking than the identities of the victims would be the revelation of the weapon used to inflict each devastating blow.
I'm sorry, but these people that hurt these elderly people, like 80s, 90s, I think that there is a special place in hell for you. Like, I truly, truly do. Like, shame on you. Shame on you. Hurting the elderly and or children, probably the most disgusting thing you can do. Like, truly helpless, can't defend themselves, disgusting.
Only an incredibly deranged individual would transform
What up,
such a
Smoke?
normal, everyday item into a murder weapon. Almost an entire century earlier, in 1916, Rupert Andy Anderson was born in Kearney, Iowa.
Damn.
He married Harriet in 1937, then joined the Navy several years later in the heart
Rupert's
of
gonna
World
pass
War
away.
II. The two started a family and a successful business. In 1950, Vista Kennels was established in Des Moines, Iowa, on the very property of the home they purchased in 1947. It was Andy himself who constructed the kennel, using repurposed World War II wooden ammunition boxes. Andy spent his career at Anderson Erickson Dairy as office manager until his retirement. All the while, Harriet handled the kennel business until the Andersons decided the time had come to take a step back and enjoy a peaceful retirement together. But tragically, that wouldn't be the case. In addition to the fact that the couple had no known enemies whatsoever, a motive behind the attack was nowhere to be found. The community and law enforcement alike were completely baffled. It was approximately 7:44 p.m. on July 2nd when the 911 call came in, and it was anything but routine.
I don't want to hear this
Tell me
again.
what they looked like? What? Did they have a gun? No, I don't know. He had something hard. Piece of metal. He was armed with. Okay, what did he look like? He kept beating me on the head, and my head hurt. Was he white? Was he white or black? He was black. What color was his outfit? I think it was black or white. I think it was white. I can't remember because he kept hitting me on the head.
From what the dispatcher was able to gather, Harriet and her husband's home had been invaded, and they'd both been viciously attacked. It would later be determined that Harriet had answered a knock at the door, and immediately, the encounter took a violent turn. A man barged into the Anderson home. He struck Harriet on the head repeatedly with what was believed to be a metal bar. A lens from Harriet's glasses lay in the entryway, and a hearing aid battery was also reported to have been found
Disgusting.
nearby. It seems that after 94-year-old Harriet had been knocked
94 years old.
the perpetrator made his way to 97-year-old Andy, where he sat defenseless in his recliner. Andy was brutally beaten over the head, just as Harriet had been.
Disgusting.
The blood from both victims told a story of unthinkable horror, each strike to the head having created its own pattern of splatter on the walls and carpet. Amazingly, Harriet was able to muster the strength to crawl to a nearby phone.
Oh my God,
and she
she
had
looks
the
so
wherewithal
precious.
to place the desperate call for help. Approximately 7 minutes after Harriet managed to make the 911 call, the first members of law enforcement arrived at the
7 minutes?
This particular evening was unique.
That's a long
as the TV
motherfucking
show
time.
Cops happened to have a camera crew riding along with a patrol officer.
Why?
In fact, we'll hear from the crew shortly, and as you'll see, they'll have some groundbreaking information to share.
Groundbreaking.
A
Ooh,
dash
wow.
cam from the second patrol vehicle to approach the home captured the initial activity at the scene. A young man was curiously stationed at the front door of the Anderson home. In the midst of the chaos, officers and the camera crew brushed past the stranger, bizarrely not stopping to ask for his identity despite the fact that he was standing at the front door of the home where an attack had just taken place. Entering the residence, officers happened upon the absolutely barbaric crimson surroundings. It was clear that the assailant didn't intend for either victim to survive the ruthless attack. In Harriet's desperate 911 call, she was able to provide a brief description of the assailant.
Was he by himself? Yeah, as far as I know, he was in the house by himself. Okay, and he assaulted your husband too? A young thin man, and he was black.
And he was
Soon after
black.
entry was made,
She knew he was
officers recalled
black.
the description Harriet gave of the suspect, and it was quickly determined that the man who was at the front door, the same man that the officers had simply walked right past, could be a possible match to the description. However, when an officer returned to the entryway, the mysterious man
gone.
vanished without so much as a trace, or so they thought. Harriet and Andy were transported to Mercy Medical Center. Sadly,
I think I want to do
Andy
the
had succumbed
diamonds
to his
again.
injuries
I
and
like
was
that
pronounced
for some
dead at
reason,
the
and I want to
hospital.
try it on this with a different
The
colors.
investigation into a brutal home invasion morphed into one that centered around homicide. It was a miracle that Harriet survived to tell of the vicious attack, considering the seriousness of wounds she'd sustained. The visible injuries to her head were gut-wrenching, but what could not be seen by the naked eye was much worse. During the course of the beating she'd endured, she had suffered a fracture to her skull. As you'll see, the identification of the weapon couldn't be more shocking. Emergency medical staff managed to stabilize Harriet, and her condition was soon categorized as fair. Back at the crime scene, a potential suspect was located and apprehended nearby. He was handcuffed and placed in the front of a patrol car.
Good. What a scoon. Scoon.
So what's going on? Nothing. Getting warrants? No.
Did he say what he was doing? Say he was walking?
Just said he was walking. He came from the apartments. What happened over there?
Home invasion. 98-year-old couple. Metal bar.
But officers are skeptical that the man before them is the perpetrator they are desperately looking for.
62150.
Yeah, that's not. I'm 6 foot, and I was taking because you can see me run right by him.
You know, that he may have continued into Altoona if that was the right track. He may have been ahead of this guy.
You know what's funny is I initially came over here and we're thinking, oh, he wouldn't have made it this far already.
Soon, a detective arrives and speaks with the individual who's been detained. He quickly confirms that this man does not match the description of the suspect. The young man's handcuffs are removed shortly thereafter, and he's given a ride to a local restaurant. With that, law enforcement members are back at square one. However, they won't remain in this position for long. The cops' camera crew had also made it to the site where the potential suspect had been detained. In addition to having captured the critically injured victims and the crime scene, they first caught something else that would prove crucial to the investigation. They had footage that clearly showed an image of the man standing at the front door of the Anderson home following the attack. The detective and officers took photos of paused video footage using their cell phones, and with the help of locals within a small radius of the victim's home, the man was identified.
They found him.
And officers were quickly directed to a nearby townhome. It was the residence of Nyanyul Padit, her boyfriend Janab Reith, and their 6 children. It just so happened that Nyanyul's eldest child matched the suspect's description. But upon arrival of law enforcement, the young man was found tucked in his bed, seemingly asleep. He was quite confused as to why officers were in his bedroom. Even so, the young man, identified as Noor McCoy, was detained, placed in handcuffs, and transported to the Des Moines police station for questioning. His mother and her boyfriend followed. Shortly thereafter, detectives began interviews, along with the arduous task of piecing everything together. The following never-before-seen footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor. They started with
one day I'm going to be that licensed professional counselor. That's on that EWU team. I want to be on the EWU team, y'all.
Jesse Bradford.
For the record, you work for Couch Production?
Yes.
You were the cameraman tonight?
Yes, we got out of the vehicle. While we were walking up to the house, there was a younger black male standing in front of the door. Yeah, medical showed up. We went outside. Black male was gone.
Despite the fact that Jesse was focused on capturing video footage of the scene, he was able to give a detailed description of the suspect.
Could you describe him to me? Height, stature, age?
He's probably about 5'8", I'd say probably about 140, 150 pounds.
Okay.
Under 20. And he had on a gray hooded sweatshirt and what I thought were black or gray basketball shorts with a black stripe. And yeah, that was about it. He had his hood up.
The crew also made their way to the townhome where Noor was detained.
And have you had an opportunity to see the possible suspect that we brought in here tonight? Did you make any observations about if he was the same person you saw at the scene? Could you tell that or not?
Not positively.
Okay.
But it seemed to me that it was, but not positively.
Okay.
At the conclusion of Jesse's brief interview, he reiterated that the man he observed at the townhome was very likely the same man he'd witnessed at the Anderson residence. Jesse's counterpart and audio specialist sat for a brief interview that night as well. And as you'll see, he was more certain of what he'd seen earlier that night.
Carlos Dominich.
Can you just run through what you observed or what you remember hearing about it?
As we were walking in, there was a gentleman who was standing by the door. Gentleman said something like they're cleaning. We thought it was
he said he was there cleaning, something about that?
Something to that effect. I also remember him having the puffy cheeks.
Puffy cheeks.
Then Carlos sums everything up based on his account.
Understood they got him, and it is the guy. I mean, from what I saw, it is the guy. You guys have the right guy.
Did you see him bring someone in here?
Yes.
Okay.
No mistaking it. The footage that the crew had captured would prove to be invaluable to the investigation. Detectives decide to speak next with Noor's mother and her boyfriend. While all of the interviews are taking place, Noor has been left on his own in an interrogation room. But that doesn't mean he hasn't already started talking. In about 3 seconds, you'll see some of his bizarre one-sided monologue.
This world is crazy, man. This world is truly crazy. The truth won't prevail. The truth won't reveal itself, so yeah, it's crazy. Like, no, literally, this is crazy. not me. I know myself, man. I understand myself like pretty well. I know what I would do and what I wouldn't do.
Sometimes when people have these sorts of rambling conversations with themselves, it could be an indication of psychosis. However, we can't make any conclusions about Nora's mental health just yet. There are other factors that must be present in order to consider that a person may be struggling with psychosis. For instance, when a person is actively psychotic, there are often impairments in their ability to communicate with others, such as answering questions in an interrogation setting. They may speak fluently, but their ability to understand and process information and remain on topic are typically impaired when there is active psychosis,
Yeah, like that guy yesterday.
among other observable issues and deficits. It could also be that Nor is prepping his alibi and explanations. This sort of dress rehearsal is common among criminal suspects. These statements can likely be shown in court, even if he hasn't been Mirandized. While the suspect is in custody, no one has asked him questions to this point. Strange, to say the least. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. The detectives start the interviews with Nora's parents by gathering some background information.
Is this your son running too?
That's my stepson.
Your stepson, okay. It's her son, okay. What's his name?
Nor,
And
N-G-O-R.
his birthday?
Yes, it's May 25th. 95.
They run through a brief description of the day, and both Nyaniel and Janub explain that they went to work at their shared place of employment, the Altoona Inn. They worked their 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. shift, ran a couple errands, then returned home. Soon after, they headed to a local grocery store called Hy-Vee.
Was it with you?
Yeah,
After Hy-Vee, where'd you go?
I came back home.
Back home with the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
What time was that? Could you tell me?
It was 3 when I come back, 3:45.
Okay.
Then Nyaniel tells of something unusual that occurred that evening.
When I came from work,
Yes.
I had some beer.
Some beer?
Yeah, and some liquor.
Yeah.
They call Captain Morgan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just put them on the table because I needed food in the fridge. My son came behind me. I didn't see him. He take the cup. He take the Martin.
Captain Morgan?
Yeah.
The rum? Yeah.
He go to the bathroom. He locked the door. So after I put the food in the fridge, I try to look in the table. I see the drink. The drink went that down.
The liquid you did somebody had.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did have my daughter. Who did this?
The 13-year-old?
Yeah, the
Okay.
13 years old. He told me it's your son.
Nor?
No.
Yeah.
I told her where she at. It's in the bathroom. I say, Mom, what are you doing in the bathroom? No, Mom, I'm using bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I say, no, you're not. Open the bathroom. No, I'm using it. I say, okay. I sit down by the door to make sure what are you doing in the bathroom.
Okay.
So when he came out, I see him in a cup, holding the cup. So I told him, so you drink a liquor. He told me, you never read anyway. You need to read first. This one is not a liquor. I say, yes, it's a liquor. I know I drink, but this is crazy, man. Why are you drinking?
Uh-huh.
So over there, he told me, okay, Mom, stop. I'm going out to walk. That's what he told me. So he go out. I say, where? You gonna go to walk? I say, I'm going to walk around here, and I'll be right back. I say, okay.
According to both Nyaniel and Janub, Nor hadn't been gone for more than what seemed like a matter of minutes before law enforcement paid them a visit.
Officer show up and knock the door. Okay. I was surprised and showed me the picture. The police asked me, this is all your kids in here or you have another child? I say, no. The picture he just showed me is my son.
Yeah.
Where your son at? I say, he went out. He told me to go to walk around. Oh, yeah. I recognize this kid. That's my kid.
You recognize Nora?
Yeah, I recognize him as this one. And that was surprising. I said, then what's going on? He said, no, we want to talk to him first.
You didn't know he came back?
No, we don't know he came back. We thought he was still in a walk. I don't know what happened. That's the thing.
Okay.
Because I run up there, I see him door is open.
You went to your coat?
Yeah, I did go there. I see him, he's leaving. He's leaving. So I run out again. I didn't put the clothes on. I told the police. I got him up there. He's sleeping. He tried to wake him up. He don't know what he's saying. We don't even know I'm asleep or I'm alive.
It's then that Nathaniel makes a shocking discovery.
I grabbed the sweater. I see the blood in here. I say, Mom, what is this?
The gray sweater that he's wearing?
Gray sweater.
Okay.
I see the blood. I say, what is this, Mom? I say, what? Nothing, Mom. I say, no. Tell the police the truth. Are you involved or fighting? You don't want to look like it's tired until the police give them the time to find the shirt, find the what you're wearing, you know.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what happened outside.
Right. Okay.
That's why I'm here, because
Yeah.
I need to know.
Yeah, we're trying to know too, so that's why we're
what's
talking.
going on exactly.
Yeah.
The thing is, what happened, I shouldn't have returned the letter. I shouldn't have returned the vodka. I wouldn't know what happened.
It appears that Noor remembers having a drink, although it's a different type of alcohol than what his mom described. The fact that he remembers this detail may make it more difficult for detectives to believe that he doesn't remember anything else that happened. In addition, Noor's mother makes a strange observation.
So when I pick up the blanket, it's really wet.
Okay. What, like sweat or what, like
Sweater.
like
It's
okay,
sweater,
like you're sweating,
water.
or that you took a shower or something? You
Yeah.
took a shower.
Did you take a shower? No, I don't have no idea.
Unfortunately, Noor's mother will soon find that what happened is much worse than she could have ever imagined.
I'm not even a wicked person. I'm gonna do nothing crazy or savage. No, that's not me.
As detectives attempt to make sense of the baffling situation, they inquire about Noor's finances. Perhaps this is where the motive lies. Maybe the whole thing was a burglary gone horribly wrong.
If he doesn't have a job and when you don't give him an allowance, what does he do for money? Does he ever have money?
We've never seen money from him.
Okay.
If he has money, he might be kept somewhere.
You provide his clothes, everything.
Yeah, we buy him the shoes, buy him the clothes. We never give him the cash.
Obviously, Noor was living off of his parents, and apparently he felt that high school wasn't for him. We don't know yet if Noor has severe mental illness, but if he does, it wouldn't be surprising that he'd want to drop out of school. Teenagers with severe mental health issues often struggle to develop peer relationships and are often isolated from others in school. They may also struggle academically, as their symptoms can make it difficult for them to sustain attention and complete assignments.
He tried to talk, and then he told me I'm 18 years old, and when I want to drop high school, you can't force me. I say, okay, find a job. He did find a job in McDonald's. He worked like 2 weeks. He quit the job again.
That's frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's typically difficult for individuals with severe mental illness to maintain employment. For teens with serious behavioral problems, they can also face difficulties with maintaining employment. They often struggle to get along with coworkers and supervisors, depending on the nature of their symptoms. For instance, with psychosis, they may be suspicious of others or become angry easily if they're reprimanded or given orders, making conflict with coworkers, supervisors, and the general public a pretty common occurrence. For teens with behavioral problems, they often bump heads with authority figures because they don't like being ordered around or told what to do. In addition to school, work wasn't for Noor either.
He doesn't have any money. He doesn't have a way to make money, right? You provide what he needs, but he has, no money,
The detective changes the focus of the conversation to an important subject, and as you'll see, the answer only makes things look worse for Noor.
Off of 46th Street, right by where you live, there's a private kennel, place where people take their dogs or whatever when they're on vacation or whatever to take care of them. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where all the big cars were tonight.
They have a dog daycare.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
And any reason Nor would go over there?
I don't see any reason Mark can go there because we don't have a dog.
Right.
We don't have a pet neither.
Right.
Yeah.
Things aren't looking good for Noor, seeing as his parents have positively identified him in the photos provided by police. And further, at a place he has no business being. But there are still so many important questions. Among them, those concerning the makeshift weapon used to beat Andy and Harriet. And, of course, the true motive behind the brutal attack.
Are there any kind of weapons in your house? Do you have any guns for home protection? Or
No, we don't.
does Nor have any even knives to collect anything or anything like that?
I never seen that.
Okay. Nor doesn't have any weapons that you know of or anything?
No.
Nor. Okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Do you ever carry any sticks or clubs?
I never see it. Maybe he has it and hiding.
Okay.
Were you surprised to see blood, or what looks like blood, on his clothes?
He say it's not a blood, but I see it like it's blood.
When you see blood on Noor's clothes, does that surprise you?
Yes, because I don't know what to say. I went a lot through bad stuff when I was in Africa.
Sure.
And I don't like to see the blood.
Sure, I understand.
This poor woman immigrated from Africa to give her kid a better life, and this is what he does?
A robbery. I don't think things don't know what happened.
It seems that Noor's parents have been forthcoming, and it appears that they are as confused about the situation as law enforcement is. As they conclude Nyanyo's interview, she has a question for them.
What exactly going on?
Well, maybe talk to you about it after we speak to Nor. Okay.
He won't here now?
Yeah, he's here.
He's here?
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to talk to him?
We're going to talk to him.
Come back to me again?
We can talk to you maybe a little bit after we come to Nor. Yeah.
It's been approximately 2 hours since his arrest. One of the detectives enters Noor's room.
Let me take the handcuffs off you. Yeah. Just sit tight. Do you need a drink of water or anything? You doing okay?
I would like some water, please.
Okay. We'll work on that in a minute, okay? All right. Thank you. Yeah. That's got to be a little more comfortable. Just get those things off. You all right? You okay? Had a thinking? Okay. All right, man.
Chicken bouillon.
Yeah, all right. I'll get you a glass of water here in a couple minutes, okay? All right. Appreciate the chat with you, okay? Appreciate it.
Given all the nonsense rambling that we've heard from Noor, it's surprising to see that he speaks clearly and politely. Maybe Noor knows he's being recorded and is simply putting on a show for the camera. Or it's possible that the total silence of the interrogation room makes him nervous or uncomfortable. So he's filling the space by talking non-stop to himself. Taking off handcuffs and getting the suspect water is the first step in creating a sense of reliance on officers for the basic necessities. It also starts to establish the rapport-building phase of the interrogation. Noor continues to speculate as to why he's seated in this room, as if he doesn't already know.
I don't know. Okay, I really don't know for sure. But I'm assuming that's what it's for, because that's what interrogation is for.
Detectives are ready to speak with Noor, given all the background they've gathered from his parents and the cops' crew. Little do they know, they're about to engage in an interview with an individual like no other they've encountered before. One who's been speaking to himself nearly non-stop since he took a seat in his interrogation room.
This is the craziest experience I've had. No, that's not the craziest experience I've had in my life. One of the craziest was when growing up in Omaha, growing up in North Omaha and back, when I see two people get shot down. That was one of the craziest experiences. Just seeing two people getting killed on my eyes. That's the crazy experience. But it's life, man. Like I always tell myself, it's life. You gotta move on. Everything's gonna be alright. You don't need to do nothing, so what is there to worry about? Everything's gonna be alright. But I can understand why I'm angry. I mean, this is bullcrap. The waste. My time sitting here for I don't even know what's going on. That's crazy.
Finally, both detectives enter.
Hi, Norm.
How you doing, man?
All right. My name is Lorna Gerst. All right.
Lauren?
Lorna.
Lauren?
Yep. Kind of different.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Think you've met Detective Tim Peake, right?
Tim Peake?
Yep.
Yep. We met briefly.
And you're how old?
I'm 18.
What's your birthday?
May 25th, 1996.
It should be noted that Noor claims to have been born in 1996, contrary to his stepfather's previous statement.
Your birthday? Yes, it's May 25th. 95.
Either way, however, Noor is of legal age. In the eyes of the justice system, he is considered an adult. Regardless of the discrepancy, detectives continue to gather basic information and attempt to build some rapport.
Do you work or anything or go to school or anything?
I take GED classes.
Sure. All right. All right.
Where do you take those out? It's online.
Cool.
Asking non-threatening questions allows the detectives to see how the suspect engages with them, how they answer questions, and what their body language is like. They can then compare this baseline behavior with how the suspect acts once questions about the crime begin. They will be looking for deviations in behavior, such as if the suspect all of a sudden starts using multiple adapter behaviors, which indicate the suspect is stressed by a particular question. Although some dismiss nonverbal analysis as pseudoscience, and whether or not the viewer agrees with it, it is used by the FBI, CIA, and police during interrogations, which is why we include it. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they look for
body language is a real
indicators that occur in either quick succession
form of
or
communication.
all at once.
An important
These indicators can be signs of discomfort or uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception. It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through nonverbal analysis alone. As well, nonverbal analysis is not admissible in court, nor is it meant to be admissible in court, and it is instead an investigative tactic police use to question suspects.
It's literally just a tool.
The detective reads Nora's rights, and he acknowledges that he understands each one. At this point, the interview becomes a custodial interrogation, and the detectives begin attempting to untangle the gruesome web to uncover why the Andersons were brutally attacked just hours earlier.
Well, obviously, we're here for a reason, Nor. Some things have happened tonight, and there's some questions we want to ask you because there's a lot of questions like why. Those are the things that you can maybe fill in for us, okay? With respect to, obviously your parents are here to talk to them and such, to other people at this point, so you kind of have an idea of really what happened, okay? I'm sure there's some things rolling through your head right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's been kind of an atypical night, it sounds, obviously, and
right.
Can you kind of tell me what your day was like? Can you run through your day for me?
Well, my day was a typical day.
Detectives want Noor to think they know more than they actually do. Noor may be more likely to give out additional information if he thinks the police already know everything. Noor explains that he went to practice backflips at a nearby park.
I drank a little bit of liquor with myself. Basically, I was going to tell my mom, but my mom she didn't drink with me, but it was little. That's why I was thinking of that. But it wasn't enough to intoxicate me.
Stating that it wasn't enough to intoxicate him would negate any sort of possible diminished capacity defense to the crime. However, voluntary alcohol intoxication isn't enough to raise the defense regardless.
It was like around 4, but it was before I went to go do the flips. What I do is I do backflips.
Okay.
Backflips, front flips. What my goal was just trying to perfect like various different type of flips.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was gonna record myself, upload it online, trying to gain as much views and followers as I can.
It seems like Noor is trying to sound innocent and casual by going into a little too much detail about his backflips. This could be his attempt to distract from the focus of the interrogation. It could also be his attempt to make it clear to the detectives that most of his time is spent focused on practicing his backflips, implying that he's not into anything else, nor into any sort of trouble.
So when I drank a little bit, I went to go flip.
What'd you drink? What kind of liquor?
Captain Morgan.
Marvin.
So when I came back, I went to sleep. And I thought, like, well, I didn't wake up, but I got woke up. And then all these cops and everything, I was like, what's going on? And then my mind started running out. Everything, I'm like, whoa. So it didn't really give me a chance to, like, well, not when you wake up, but you get woke up, it's a bunch of police officers waking you up. Your mind would be running like, what's going on? So that's really it. That's my general day.
Okay.
Nora's voice changes pitch when he says it. This could potentially be a sign of his anxiety coming out. When a person is excited, nervous, or anxious, they may raise the pitch of their voice. This is a natural response to these emotions, and it can be difficult to control. Nor states that he woke up that morning around 11 and had gone to sleep at 2 a.m.
Okay, you go to bed late usually?
Yeah, I watch videos on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm a conspiracy theorist.
You're a conspiracy theorist? What do you mean?
Like, I like to read about conspiracy theories and study them.
Okay. What'd you do from 11 on?
Stay at home like usual.
Okay, you're usually home every day? Okay, that must get pretty boring.
Well, I don't really do anything because how I see it is, my goal is 3D.
Okay.
How I see it is if you really want something, you put everything aside and get it.
Okay.
If you really want it, you'll get it. If you don't, you'll come up with excuses. So
there's definitely
yes, I was. For a long time, I was on split doses, but I stopped once. Like I got like stabilized.
He has talked about it in depth during his interview. There's no
Because
apparent
I was
reason
not.
for his mom or stepdad to withhold information.
It wasn't
that puts
in the
their son
beginning.
in a positive
My
light,
dose wasn't
but
holding
there would
me.
be motivation for Nor to lie about or embellish his life goals. It's possible that he's trying to make himself look better to police by talking about how he's working hard to get his GED. We've established that Nor's days consist of studying and practicing his flips, and occasionally underage drinking.
Did you sneak it, or did your mom know about it?
Oh, my mom knew about it.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, I'm 18, so.
That's not old enough to drink.
18? Well, I thought it was 21 you have to buy, 18 you could drink.
No.
No?
No.
Nor may have mentioned this detail about how he was drinking in order to make himself appear like he's being honest with the detective. Sometimes suspects will admit to a less serious wrongdoing in order to demonstrate that this is the worst possible action they're capable of. Almost like implying that they would never be capable of doing anything worse.
You decided to go out and do flips, right? What time was that?
I would say I would say the early 5s.
Nor explains that he practiced his flips at a park located close to his home.
What part of the park were you at?
Basketball court.
Okay. How long were you out there?
I would say about 30 minutes.
This is interesting because Nor's parents assumed he was only gone for about 5 minutes. Luckily, Nor elaborates further for us.
See, the thing is, I'm not really accurate about everything else I'm accurate about, but the time frame, not really, because I went to sleep and I got woke up by all these police officers and my mind started running. Plus, I suffer short-term memory and all this. Like,
What do you mean, suffer short-term memory? What do you mean by that?
Well, it's not really doctor acknowledged, but it's something I noticed myself. It's more like I forget shorter stuff, but longer stuff I'll remember.
Okay.
Nor arrives at the alibi he was rehearsing earlier in the footage, short-term memory loss. He provides an unconvincing explanation about his short-term memory deficits versus his alleged ability to retain memories from his remote past. Things like encoding, rehearsal, and the importance of the information are factors that tend to make things stored in long-term memory stand the test of time. Short-term memories, on the other hand, are believed to be forgotten
he hurt the old
because the
people.
brain has a limited capacity to store so much information. Whenever we come across new information, our brains store it in short-term memory, but it's only there for a brief period of time. If we don't use this information in some way or rehearse it, chances are it will be forgotten. Sometimes short-term memories can be transferred to the more reliable long-term memory system if it has some type of emotional meaning. Still, Nor's claim that his short-term memory is poor could be a red flag for deception. as Noor may be setting the stage to fall back on I don't remember type of excuses from here on out. He may think that he can't be punished or blamed for something he doesn't remember doing.
And then, what'd you do when you got home? Did you just talk to anybody?
No, not really.
And then what'd you do when you got home?
Took out my shoes and straight to sleep.
Did you shower or anything?
I was planning that later on.
This statement seems to confirm that what Noor's mother witnessed on him was, in fact, sweat. Interestingly so, Detective Peak, who's seated a bit out of view, also noted Noor's profuse sweating when he arrived at the residence and observed Noor in his bedroom, according to a narrative he would compose later.
Do you usually sleep that time of night? Pretty early.
No, I don't usually sleep. At that time, I went to sleep that time because of all those flips. All those flips and cartwheels and stuff. So that's what got me exhausted.
Ladies and gents, it's time. 1 second. I'm gonna go. I love you guys. I'm sorry I can't finish the video with you, but I'm gonna hang out with my kiddo. Peace. Love you guys. Bye. Come in.